Hi, my name's Huckster and welcome to our co-op playthrough in Bellwright. Okay, so it's been a few days and I've just got to wander around, see what's going on. Let me first check to make sure I've got some food available. Right, cool, I'll put that back. Take that. Just do some refreshing. Always a good start. Right, that one and that one. Okay. Combat, what's that one? Combat productivity. Okay, so what was the plan? Really, I guess, just to make sure that we've got enough food coming in. I know that Levi did wonders with the bread output. So yeah, food and steel ingots. Those are the two that I was hoping to get sorted. Right, so lots of bread, which was going into this storehouse, I think. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let me just check. Peaches, bread. Okay, it's got bakery, bread, grain, hand-tech thresher, well, windmill. Cool. You did an excellent job. I'll take that. Oh no, wait a sec. Okay, I can't really remember what the bakery can make berry bread. Because, to be honest, none of the food items from the bakery have additional bonuses, so I might as well just stick with bread, really. And what was the other thing I'm going to check? Yeah, these guys. Combat effectiveness, that one. Fine meat stew. 60% combat effectiveness. That's got to be one, but it's a lot of different ingredients. Right, let me get some wood on these. I think I'm actually going to turn some of these foods off so that we basically just get the better food made for now. Okay, so we've got a lot of food, or a lot of meat, but not the mixture that I need. Alright, go there, and there. Productivity, so combat effectiveness, yeah. We'll get that one up and running. Right, cranberry jam, that's the one we want. Productivity. Okay. Right on that. I think it's cranberry jam I need. That's productivity, and that one is I'll take that one for now. Okay, so I'll just check my locker. There are so many good food types. Ideally, get, for example, that one's great. Combat effectiveness, that's the one I wanted. Then productivity. And that one. Right, that'll do for now. At least I'll have the selection I need. Now I just want to check to make sure that the food output, I think I'm going to need to get some more meat. Alright. Alright, so that didn't make it, okay. Right, not there. I can't remember what this one is. It's quite a large recipe. So let me put that in there, get these cranberry going. Large beet, more beet, beetroot, salt, spices, water. Okay, I can do this. Beetroot. Looks like I need some more spices. Right, what have I got to sell? Loads of those. Don't really need these that much at the moment. Now to work out where they're going. Salt, beetroot, spices. I'm not sure what that one is. Okay, I've got so many barns. Right, we definitely need some more Right, I'm just going to turn that off. Don't need it anymore. Building, smoker. All the large meat got burnt. Okay. Put the other bits in here. The problem I found is that if you don't actually okay, so I want that made, but ideally that one. That's the priority. Hey Vlad, how's it going? Thanks for joining me, buddy. Just trying to sort out all my new food in order to get the best type of food being made. Hopefully. But I don't know where I'm not entirely sure where the trade deliveries are going, so I've got to hunt them down. Right, fine meat stew, cranberry jam and spiced. Okay, so that one could be the next one. So deliveries, where are you? Not there. Can't wait to the update where we can actually specify which part the deliveries go into. Because at the moment right, that one should just be leather, yeah.
News from the kingdom, there's always something.
I know, I couldn't get my baker working at all. We had obviously bread's easy, flour and water. So I switched everything off. What have I done? So I'd switched everything off and just had bread, and they still weren't making it. So Levi set up the last game. That set up this as basically an outpost. So not entirely sure. It has been working, but basically everything is in that. Hey Drew, how's it going? Everything for the bakery has been put into one settlement. It's still all in this area. I'll come back to it in a sec. I just got to try and track down the trade, because I can't. I've got some spices somewhere. I just want to get some spicy meat stew up and running. Right, I have no idea where these deliveries are going at the moment. I can't wait for the new branch where you can actually allocate trade deliveries to a particular barn, so they don't keep on swapping every day. I don't know where it is. Could be anywhere. I don't know why that's going in there. So yeah, it's been a couple of days, so I am just going through stuff, trying to find it, and struggling because I basically need the spice. Hopefully one of my villagers has found it and put it into the pot, but it doesn't look likely. Yeah, I just need spices. I haven't been, no. Not saying you do or don't. I just hasn't occurred to me. So yeah, at the moment I just want to get make sure that I've got decent food coming in. Yeah, we've got sport food everywhere. I don't actually want berry jam anymore. That is a complete waste of time. I'll take the stick fish stew.
Freeze off at this rate.
When I trade, I normally trade straps or iron nails, just because they're there and relatively easy. So, not saying the best thing, just I can get a good amount of money for them. And normally when I trade, it's a bit of a kind of a panic trade. Right, spices, guys. Where have you put the spices? Ah, that's good to know. We have so many cranberries, it's just ridiculous. And so much raw meat. But unfortunately, it's only the small. Yeah, I've just traded some for some spices and I've no idea where they are. So, where? I don't want any of this. So this is where all the equipment went. Okay. Yeah. It's really, yeah, it's funny. I'm just a couple of days out and I feel a bit out of touch. I just want the spiced, the fine meat stew. It just has combat plus 60, so it's nice to keep that in rotation. And spices is the one ingredient that I'm missing at the moment, which I can't find because I don't know where it traded to. Right. I don't know. I'm just going to have to leave it, I guess. And hope that one of my workers finds it. Oh, there we go. Oh, great. They set the fire, but they didn't put the spices in. Well, just
News from the kingdom, there's always something.
I'll turn that off, but they're still putting fire. I don't want these either. It's just wasting meat. I've got loads of meat. What the fuck? I'm just wasting time trying to find these spices. There's nothing I can do. I've got so many warehouses. Trying to find the one warehouse that's ended up in is going to be futile. Can't wait until these are colour coordinated. That's going to make life so much easier. Right. Because my other thing that I wanted to do was make some steel ingots, which also seems to be a bit of an issue. Let's see if I've actually got any raids coming in today. No, good. Oh, we're going this way. Yeah, I think these... the menu system, obviously for producing armour or rope, bags, whatever from the crafted, like these, okay? So go in here and you set up your... these items and you put in the raw materials here. These aren't working either because obviously someone should be putting... I've got everything I need for this and this and these. That iron ingots were short, so that should be active. They sometimes are, you know, they sometimes come and drop them off. But it's really hard to tell when. This, on the other hand, is definitely not, doesn't seem to be working. I've got it, what, set for... so I have no idea why that should always be on steel. So let's just go all the way up. See, I can never tell when I come back, you know, and that's not active. I'm like, well, I can't imagine anyone turned it off. So we've got lots of charcoal, lots of iron ingots. But I want to make sure charcoal. So we've got 3 logs. So that should always be made. What's that? Hardwood logs. Yeah, just it's weird how these aren't producing. And then it's just a case of like going back up the supply chain. So I've got loads of logs there. Why are they?
Those guards
Right,
outside
where are you
sure
going with
do
that?
to gossip.
Yeah, it's kind of hard just to work out why. Oh, what's charcoal? There's 2 logs. All right.
Cold afternoon. Feels like the chill's settling in for good.
Right, so I'm making charcoal there. See, these need to be productive all the time. I can't really work out why it's not. So iron, 2 for the actual. Let's try that. Yeah, this just doesn't really seem to be that, I won't say effective, so it doesn't really seem to be working as well as I'd like it to be. Oh, that being said, we do have a ton of steel ingots. Because I don't know if I actually want all my villagers in the plate armour, but I'd like to have the option. So it's iron ingots we're short of now, is it? It's probably lack of peat. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, peat's obviously gone. Where would I have peat? Ah, there we go. Not like I can get any at the moment.
The biting cold reminds us that winter is relentless.
Right, here we go. Didn't even notice them. Okay, let's see how well we can do. Fuck. Let me jump. Get over. Fuck's sake. Come on, move. Right, have I used all my potions? Yes, I have. Ah, fuck me. Right, these guys can actually chase me. Oh, they got the ball. Good. Right, that was rubbish. I now need to go get some more potions. I can't. Right, let's try that again. What's that one? Find stew, spice meat, spice meat. Ah. That one? Yeah. Oh, they got it back. Oh well. I'll have to take it back when I'm a little bit more buffed up, I guess. Yeah, okay. Right, cool. I'm going to nip to loot. I'll be back very soon. Okay, I need to go for sword and shield before I take on brigands. I'm nowhere near buffed up for these guys yet. So let me grab one of those. Put them back. Them back. What is all this? This doesn't make any sense. Why have I got all this on me? Okay, I don't want that. Well, that needs to go into the other food store. That one's going to be the next one comes up. Right, what have I got? I've got fine meat and hearty. So fine meat gives me, alright, I need a productivity. That one. Okay, cool. That one go there, that one go there. Alright, good. And that can go in there. Yeah. Let's see if we found those. Good, we didn't find the fucking spices. And did I lose the one that I can buy it from? No. Right, let's just buy more. Oh, come on. Where is my trade going to? All I want is one spice. Really simple. I just, you know, what the fuck am I supposed to do? How can it not be in any of the ones I look in? It's got to be somewhere. Just by law of averages, I should have just found it. This is fucking absurd. Right. Just wasting time looking for trade items. I just don't understand how I can't, out of all the barns I've looked in, it's in none of them. Yeah, no, this is actually pissing me off now. All I just want to do is find my trade items so I can make some food. I've literally looked in every warehouse I'm aware of, and it just happens to be in the one warehouse I just can't seem to find. I just feel like I'm running around like an idiot. Oh, just fuck's sake, I can't wait until this upgrade comes in where we can actually allocate which warehouse or barn we get our trade items to. I've just looked at all these. I'm like, right, let me see how the and how are you making these steel? Right, one. Right, we've got enough of that for now. Iron ingots. Problem that was peat, wasn't it, or lack of. have we still got her doing stuff? Right, peat farm. Deliveries. Okay, log. So, that's why. Shovel. Right. I've literally no idea where to look. Okay. Huh. Spice meat, spice meat. Right, before I do that. Spice meat there. Hearty, so I need productivity. No, I don't. Right, I can't do anything until I find this spice, and I can't find it anywhere. Does it actually say I've got any? $12. Oh wait, I'll check to make sure they've actually got some arrows. No. Okay, some there, that's cool. So good, they will be hunting. So that's fine. Right. Oh, there, okay. Right, we don't need any more rabbit coming in. So much small meat, it's ridiculous. Hey Joe, how's it going, buddy? Doctor Who, I grew up on Doctor Who. Doctor Who has definitely gone through not only changes as doctors, but untold different. It's certainly got better. It's definitely much more contemporary.
Bitter cold today. Best bundle up tight.
Right.
Bitter cold today. Best bundle up tight.
I have no idea where my trades are going, and I can't find spices. I can't make stew, and it's really pissing me off. I feel like I've checked every barn, warehouses, stockpiles and chests, which is really weird because I think I've checked so many of them that it's weirder that I haven't found it.
Happy days. All thanks to you.
You know, what the fuck am I supposed to do? If I can't find the trades, what's the fucking point of having them? And they keep on putting wood in the fire, even though they don't put actual... Oh man, this is fucking infuriating. I've spent the last hour looking for spice. Just, yeah. Fuck. Apart from managing to lose which one? Farnsworth, yeah. I might just restart, to be honest. This has been a complete waste of time. All I've done since I've logged on was lose the village. I have no idea where to find these trades. And I haven't looked in I obviously haven't looked in all my storage. But the fact that I've looked in so many, I can't understand by law of averages, I just haven't stumbled across it.
I'm working.
Blackridge Pool. I think I have. Right, so veggies. Right. Because basically I'm looking for. That's not there anymore. So it's going to be bread, flour, spices. Okay, cool. I'm going from barn to stockpile to. Right, so this one looks like it's just finished. Oh, there we go. There's one, which is all I need at the moment. That one just got made. So, right. Well, just I can't wait till they give us the update. Wait. Oh, they're putting everything else in here. So that would have come with the with the trade. These two would have been trade items. So it looks like they're putting them in there. But they're not putting the spices in there.
My backside will freeze off.
So they put the spices here. No. Let's just turn that on. And hopefully they'll start turning up here. Fire meat stew, spice meat stew. So I need, that one's going to drop. So I need the spice meat stew. That one. Don't need that. Don't need that one. That one, okay. It's definitely not here, is it?
Times we live in, with talk of wars and rebels and such.
Right. Where are they getting them from? Right, so we want this with sage and honey. So, food, honey, and resources, sage. Straw. Okay. Right. So this thresher has been turned into our right, so we need another thresher. Where am I going? Hello.
I forgot to click that.
Okay. Were you chatting away?
I did say a couple of things, but not much. I was mostly just like active on other things.
Cool. Well, welcome to the party, mate. I'm
Let's see.
kind of giving up on this spices thing. I just can't understand. We've got so many. I know we've got loads of storage, which is cool, but I just feel that I must have had to have stumbled across the deliveries. I just can't understand why I haven't. How can it be the only storage that I haven't looked in?
I don't rightly know.
We've got some honey there. We've got tons of raw meat. I don't know quite understand why we've got so much raw meat. Small.
Because we have more meat cookers or more meat coming in than people cooking.
No, small. It all seems to be tons of small meat, but very little medium and large.
Spices.
My backside will freeze off at this rate.
We have 25 in motion. Coming from wherever they were.
Right, so the only way
But they're coming to raw food. I'll tell you that right now.
are they?
They
But-
are.
I've just turned it on, so it wasn't on. So aren't you cold?
A little bit.
So it'll be here one day. That's good to know. Right, cool. How you been? How's your weekend?
A little crazy.
Right. Good
Because of-
crazy?
Yeah, it was family
Right.
gathering. Oh, good Lord. We have so much food we don't know what to do with. Okay.
Fire meat stew. Yeah, so ideally I can find where the spice meat comes in. The spices comes in. So I can pretty much start making which one is it? The fine meat stew. Now we don't
Right.
have. Now we've got loads of everything apart from the piece of raw meat and large raw meat, which are hopefully.
Okay. Large raw meat. That I don't know where it is. I don't know if we have that coming in as stably.
We should. That's why I can't understand why we've got so much small raw meat and very little of the other two.
because we've been primarily... Okay, I'm going to stop the production of fine stew using large raw meat, which is what is
No.
the first thing they make.
Unfortunately, fine meat stew takes one
A
piece
fine
of...
stew.
Oh, fine stew,
I-
okay.
The fine stew just needs small raw meat,
Yes,
but it can use either.
gotcha.
And we only want to be using, we want the larger pieces of meat not in our fine stew.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
And we've been cooking a lot with the larger pieces of meat.
Yep.
And not cooking with small meat. But the fine stew would be better off with just doing regular. Okay, those are all that way. Now the
Okay. Are we actually out of straw? Okay. Right, so we've only got the one barn, the one wheat farm. Is that right? We've got one wheat farm and that is inbred now.
And you do know that you can make spices at the tavern, right?
Yes, I think we've got it turned on.
I do have it turned on for that.
Yeah. I just don't know where it's ending up. That's the...
I don't know where it was ending up or where it was ending up. I know where it's set to end up now.
Okay, 24 spices. Right, cool. So, where has all our meat gone?
It's in the
Dome
root
thing.
cellar,
Root cellar.
the big round thing. Yes.
Okay, so raw. Right, we seem to be short of... I'm going to go and chase up the regular... I'm going to go and chase up the meat, so let's see what our hunters are doing. Because we had some, but by the time, you know, an hour and a half later, and looking for the spices, I'm not entirely sure what's happened to the meat production now. There we go. Yes. Okay, so the hunters make getting meat. For now.
We're doing pretty good on food.
Yeah, I think the fact that the villagers are getting a nice variety is great. But what I want us to do is just focus on the best food for us. So that being said, the fine meat stew, cranberry jam, so fine meat stew, cranberry jam. Let me have a look at the other ones I've been doing. What's in here? Oh, fucking hell. Got so many cranberries, it's ridiculous. How people can live on shrimp. So fine meat stew, spiced hearty meat stew, spiced meat stew. They've got to come up with better names than this. That will give us a nice mixture of productivity, XP and combat. I hope.
Well, our raw meat has certainly started to change.
Our raw meat has started to change.
Going up.
Oh, good, good, good. Yeah, cool, cool.
And now I don't remember what I was working. Yes, I wanted to walk on a fence.
Have you got food? You got a book?
I don't have a book. I've started my food.
Right, because there's a bunch of food in
Oh, I
Hux's
saw.
chest. I think all the best stuff's in Hux's chest.
Raid?
What, now or tomorrow? Right, I'm going to give them all a labour book. Is it coming now? Oh, tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, because our iron production's buggered at the moment because we don't have any peat.
Wait, what?
We don't have any peat.
I thought we had lots of peat.
We had loads of peat. Well, some we don't, so I'm not entirely sure why. Let me go and actually check peat farm, see what's going on over there. Yeah, up until recently, we didn't have, I'm pretty sure that the shovel was broken. We didn't seem to have a delivery of a new shovel going over there. I manually took a shovel, but obviously it being winter, it meant that she couldn't get any more. So,
I mean, okay, we need peat for what? Oh,
for iron,
but we can make iron without peat.
we can.
We have charcoal.
Yeah, we've got loads of steel now. We can make iron in the bloomeries as well, so
No, we not with the bloomery. We could
can't we?
no.
Oh yeah, you're right. We can only make it in
What the
the.
hell? But we can use charcoal to make iron.
Very true.
And
Right,
it's
she
actually
doesn't have any
faster and
food.
more efficient that way.
Oh, that's also a problem. She's not getting any food.
something weird. Where the hell am I? I have completely lost my bearings.
Yeah, I do that all the time. It's just weird. I just can't seem to work out my sense of direction. Oh, so there's loads of stuff here.
Okay, so we need iron ingots. Until Pete.
Harvesting, labouring. I didn't realise she was a slacker. I've known that. It is indeed. Hey, Adam, how's it going? Huh? It's actually a... Have you got a cutlass? What do they call it? Sabre. Nomad Sabre. But it's pretty spicy. 100 speed, pretty good damage. I'm pretty sure that it's probably the best sword in the game. One-handed sword at the moment. But I did try to do a bit of two-hander earlier. We've I managed to lose the what was it, Farnsworth, because I just got there in time to deal with the brigands, and they just kicked my ass. I just totally owned. So I ran away bravely, obviously. But yeah. So I think we've got a raid tomorrow. Iron Man. That shouldn't be too tricky. Let me take a couple of those. And some weapons. Why not? Why not have some weapons down there? Oh, that's too... Does that require strength 4? Let's take a couple of those.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Was having to dodge things.
Oh, okay. And them. Right, that should be... Why am I doing that? Why don't I just do this? So much easier. Iron mine. Right, what are you? You are... Right, you can take a good axe. You can take a good axe. You can take a good axe. They all can. Okay, cool. So... That being said, I think I've only got 2 of the large bearded axes at the moment. Maybe I should... Well, I'll take those. And hopefully I'll make some more. Large bearded axe. No, okay. Oh, did I switch them off? I don't want that. What are you called? Long bearded axe. Where the... Long bearded axe. Long sharp bearded axe, okay. No? 6. My problem is I keep on turning it off because I think, okay, I only want the best now, when I forget that a lot of the actual troops can't use only the best. What was that, spiced meat? So we're still got to make lower level weapons so the guys can actually use them. Yeah.
Yeah. You do have to keep up with what people can use as well as the best they can use. It's
Yeah.
not just best available.
So I think the bearded axe strength requirement 3 is probably something that we should have a lot of. So I'm going to crank it up to 10. Probably takes iron, so we won't be able to make any for a while. What do they take? No, only bronze. That's cool.
You're in pretty good shape on cranberry jam.
Yes. That's probably because we got about 1,000 cranberries.
Hey, if we can keep cranberry jam
Yeah,
jamming out,
it's the only skill food I'm making at the moment, and the reason for that is because it's the best. So I've been trying to do rotation of spiced hearty, cranberry jam, spiced meat, fine meat. So that's the 4 I've been kind of rotating, which seem okay. It's more combat orientated, yes, but obviously for me that's a better. What is in there now? Go up to a cooking pot and you can't make anything because it's already halfway through something. You know what I mean? For example, I need to get a potato, a radish and some spices and some water.
radishes. I don't know where radishes are. They should be in raw veggies.
Yeah, they're in veggies. So potato, not a beetroot.
You got plenty of that.
Spices and water. I just don't know what it's going to turn out to be. I don't think it's the potato, radish, spices. 3 potato, 3 radish, 3 spice. Oh, fuck's sake. One, two.
Radish, potato, onion.
I think realistically we should do what Levi's been doing, which is basically making the food ourselves rather than expecting the. I think the foods, the spiced meat roast. What is that? Spiced meat roast. All right, that's not too bad. Minus 10% hunger, combat attributes 30%. Yeah, cool. Yeah, he seems to be making a lot of the food rather than relying on the villagers to make it, because they're not, they're not doing it properly, basically.
Yeah, I would say that we would probably be better off setting up so that the villagers are more geared towards making their own.
Like,
uh, giving them a couple of taverns. That's
Okay.
just designed for making um, the vegetables vegetable soup, the special vegetable soup.
Because I like the idea of them having
That ups their
cranberry jam.
productivity by 50%.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. That one and cranberry jam. So those two, and if they whatever else, bread. You know, just to fill them up. I like the cranberry jam because I like the idea of them increasing their skill ability. I think we're going to
Well,
be.
well, I don't know. Cranberry jam's pretty damn cheap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's basically cranberries, sage, and water. So. Right, or they can just eat cranberries, you know. So at least they're getting skill boosts. But I think at the moment we have got a good selection of food for them. It's just a case of, you know, they've still got obviously vegetables. We're getting quite a bit of bread going on, we've got cranberry going on, and the fine stews. So at least they'll have some kind of combat ability. It just feels that we're making it. As soon as we stop making food, our food supplies drop horribly because they're not making it. Get rid of that one. So that one's going to drop. Then we're going to go for that one. And then that one's going to drop only that one. Yeah? So, Farnsworth. I can't remember what we were trading with Farnsworth and whether we need it back. I think the only one I was really concerned about is Blackridge Pool because of the food, and Horndean for the metal. I think the thing I'm looking forward to most of all with this upcoming update is the ability to allocate a barn for deliveries or something for deliveries. I don't, you know,
Yeah.
stockpile, whatever. And yeah, you know, just being able to run straight up to it and go and get it because. Yeah, not knowing where the deliveries are going, it's just, it feels a bit absurd. Right, so we've got a barn here that should eventually just have honey and sage. So honey, oh no, these still haven't been made away. I might go and do a wheat run, since we haven't got any. Give me something productive to do. That is the wheat farm there. Oh,
I really
yes.
wish they would do their numbers the way they do.
You really wish they wouldn't do the numbers the way they do.
Yeah, the 1000 is comma separated. It doesn't need any kind of separation, and that comma interferes with 10.
Gotcha.
Or 100.
I wish it would stop being winter.
That'd be nice too.
It's been winter. It's definitely been winter since I've been on. So nearly 2 hours of winter. I was still getting a lot of small. The only thing they seem to be. Oh, let's have definitely more of that. I don't know why. Don't know why we're getting so much crow. Do we have a bit of a panic about feathers or something?
We
Is
always
that-
have a panic on feathers.
Do we? Oh, because we've got tons. Yeah, we've
That's
got
because we're not currently making iron arrows, probably.
Right. I like the idea of being able to spar with villagers, because then I can.
It's
This what? Have you tried it?
My back's
yes, it is fun.
Right. To be honest, all I want to be able to do is be able to smash their shields.
But it's basically just it doesn't give you anything
Apart from practice.
beyond teaching you how to fight.
I like the idea of being able to smash their shields from 10% health down to 0, so that I don't have to repair them myself. They'll hopefully auto repair.
That I don't know for sure one way or the other.
Well, no, basically I know that you can smash the shields. Yeah.
I'm talking about the repairing or not.
Oh, yeah, they do.
They do repair?
Yeah.
Best bundle up tight.
They repair them when they're totally damaged, but they won't repair them if they're like they've still got 10% or something like that. So rather than send them into battle with a shield at 10%, I'd rather totally damage them and then they can get fixed. Yeah?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And just do it for fun. Do you know what I mean? Just have a scrap with them. Check their shields. Right, it's it's only 50%. Right, I'll totally damage it. Take it off them, and then put it somewhere where they can be fixed. That's my dream, Joe. It's a small dream, but it's the only dream I've got. Something that I'd be really happy is having a threshold on shields. Repair them if they are less than something, like less than 10%, less than 50%.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, I was
I know.
setting up a blacksmith
Yeah.
supplies
Yeah. I can feel that happening.
barn, so that
It felt
most
like
of the
you
stuff that
just
you
got
need for
something
blacksmithing
done.
will be there.
It felt like you just got
Yeah.
something achieved.
Morning, friend. Mind the mud on the path.
Sage, spices. Yeah. I think I've nearly got this recipe off. Salt. No, I lied totally. It's salt. Salt and water. Oh, what are you making here? Fine stew, that's fine. They can have loads of fine stew with small meat. They can live on it. I'm cool with that.
Oh. I thought we could make iron arrows.
We can.
Where are iron arrows made?
I'm assuming at the
There's always something.
blacksmith
That's what I thought too.
or the
But I'll-
toolmaker. Toolmaker?
It might be that I am not capable of making iron arrows.
You should still be able to set them up.
Let's see, what's my crafting? 8 of 10. That should be enough to make iron arrows.
Of course should be. It might be the toolmaker rather than the blacksmith then. We can definitely make them. I know that for a fact.
I'm working.
Right, cool. So some fine meat stew is on its way.
Yeah, and he walked with them on
Let's see.
didn't process it, but I looked it up. I ended up running into this article from 2 hours
Curious
ago.
times we live in. We're taught
Did you find where the deliveries were going, or did we resolve that just by sending it to the raw food?
I had it delivered to raw food because it seemed to make sense to me.
Yeah. How did you deliver it to raw food though?
I set it to minimum of 25 and then set the building to a high priority
Cool.
and then set 3 or 4 people that are primary delivery people.
Okay.
I mean, if they only have a 3 or 4 skill in everything, they're not able to produce a whole lot of specialized stuff that you're after.
Okay.
So I figured it'd be better to have them be deliverers.
Gotcha. Right, my cooking's hit 10, so that's good. Right, we can get some stuff. What do we need? We need some wheat. Let me go and grab some wheat.
Alright.
Because we need straw for the beehives, the ovaries.
Saw what looked like 2 villagers standing there doing nothing. It was you and
Outrageous.
Taco. It was you and Taco.
We were just hanging out, shooting the shit. So we got a raid at Iron Mine. That shouldn't be too tough. I think those guys down there are pretty competent. So, hello?
Hello? Someone was talking in my ear.
Hey, I'm talking in your ear.
Hey,
Oh,
hey guys. Are you home then?
Got in.
Cool.
Are we live?
We are live. I've only had one temper tantrum so far.
Really? You never.
Never. Just the one. I've been pacing myself.
That's good.
I spent an hour looking for spices. So
Looking for spices.
I kept on buying them from the market.
Yeah.
We would get them delivered somewhere, and I just couldn't find them. Out of we've got quite a few barns and warehouses and stuff. We just got storage. I like storage, but not. I just can't wait for this update to be able to get the trades delivered to a certain location, because I couldn't work out. What? Is that not working?
Well, okay, so I mean it's sort of working. There is a toggle button that says enable this storage container for deliveries.
Okay.
So it's kind of a binary thing. It's either on or it's off.
Okay.
And one would think that that storage container would be for deliveries from trading.
Yes.
And or you could think that it's for deliveries because there's a delivery thing in the system from other outposts.
Yes.
However,
Wow.
it's not really what it does. I mean, it kind of, but basically what it does is it shuts this container off for any and all deliveries, both incoming and outgoing, which I don't think is what was necessarily thought of as intended by the player.
No, can you explain that again? I didn't quite. It shuts off
So
delivery.
It shuts off deliveries both directions to and from that container. So you can't deliver from it and you can't deliver to it.
Okay.
And it really has nothing to do with your trading deliveries from other liberated villages. Only
you're saying-
deliveries from your outposts.
Right, we've got a raid coming into Iron Mine. I'm heading there now.
Yeah, you got this. You're gonna one hit them anyway. What's the difference?
No, I got absolutely. Well, yeah, probably with bandits. I got totally owned by brigands earlier, and we lost.
Really?
We lost Farnham. I didn't die. I bravely ran away.
Good for you.
And then I got kept on getting owned by the archers. I was trying it with two-hander. I should have just gone in with sword and shield at that stage. I wasn't buffed enough, really. Right,
Okay.
where are you going? Raid party. It's going to Iron Mine. Okay, you normally don't come from that distance. You're coming from the.
So we got a minute or so before they come in.
I would say yes, at least. If you guys want to join, then I will hold off.
I am trying to get in. Give me one sec.
I'm arrowing up and prepping to and putting on armor so I can walk really slow now.
Haha.
If you take the next 3 hours to get your buffs up, you'll walk really, really fast.
Okay, we both know that I'm
don't
not
have 3 hours?
dropping myself.
I've
I can
actually
do
got
what I
quite
can.
good at it. I used to be really terrible, I've got to be honest. But I am getting better at it. What have you got on
I mean, it got to the point where I was just running around in there doing administration by myself, and every time I saw the first food items start to get even remotely close, I was running for food. It's ridiculous, and I had no intention of using those buffs for any reason. I was just doing administration, but it's so ingrained in my head now that I'm just like, oh, I gotta go get food.
Yeah. I keep on. That's my main focus. Looking at that stupid bloody food bar at the top of my screen. But you're right. It would be lovely to have the auto feed straight out of the food bag.
Wouldn't it? I think
Yeah.
that would be ideal.
You could set it on. You could turn it on, turn it off. It's optional.
Right.
So that for whatever reason. Oh, is that another one coming? I
That's
know,
Iron Mine.
that'll be tomorrow. I'm at Iron Mine at the moment, just getting the guys ready.
Okay.
I think we're good. Let me go there, Iron Mine.
If we have iron
Over.
arrows, I don't know where they are.
I doubt it. I don't
Joe,
think-
what'd you do with all the arrows?
They're on back order at the blacksmith because
Okay.
axes for everybody's more important.
No backing down now.
Axes were more important.
Yeah.
Got it.
We do this all thanks to you.
Axis, who said that?
Whoever put in the axe order.
Oh yeah, I did.
Well, there you
Um,
go. What the hell kind of a question was that then?
Yeah, of course they're more important.
I wasn't questioning it. I just accepted it.
Why aren't you?
Run out there and get them, Huck. What are you doing? What are you wasting your time for?
I think we need another blacksmith to make iron arrows.
There you go. Hell of an idea.
Put one at the iron mine.
Right, are we
Since it's right
ready?
there.
I'm
gonna-
ready.
Yeah, I think
Oh, cool.
if this is all you got, probably. Where are you going?
I'm going around the roadway. Just cause I hate fighting through trees. And we should get them by the time we get there.
You guys are running slower than me.
Who,
I can't believe I can beat them right now. You're NPCs.
Yeah, I'm not surprised they're slower. Yeah, they haven't got any buffs, have they? And they've got relatively heavy armor. Are these guys going to come around the road, or are they going to?
No
They should be
clue.
walking on the road, wouldn't they? Why would they? Oh no, they're coming across
The
country.
bad guys are. Oh, they
So
are,
yeah,
aren't
so we got
they?
to
Oh
go
fuck
back
it! I'm
to
just
where
gonna.
we were.
I'm,
We
yeah, I'm
just
just gonna.
made
Yeah,
that-
just wait for them.
We made that run for nothing and burned stamina. Tricksters. And they're coming.
Ah,
I thought they came along the road.
I always thought so too, but apparently they have other ideas.
Yeah, they saw us going down
Oh,
the
they're-
road and they're like, screw you guys.
Yep.
Are they going to make it back in time?
Yeah.
Joe, are
okay.
you coming back, or is it just lag?
They
I'm
tricked you.
wandering around aimlessly south of y'all. West of y'all? I
South?
don't know where I am. I'm trying to keep up with the other guys.
Oh, cool,
The
cool.
mobs,
No, our
Yeah.
guys.
here they are. Coming out of the woods. Shoot me with that arrow. Go ahead, punk.
Why are y'all playing in the woods?
I wasn't trying to. I was trying to get around before that would happen.
I just met him here. I just like cutting guys in half with this axe. Let me have that stupid archer. Good night. What do you got now? Kersey. Oh, you got a strap and a mushroom. That's helpful.
I got the gold.
You got the gold. Oh, there's two more coming in. There's two more.
I see two. Playing
Go
in
get
the
'em.
woods.
Oh, they're trapped. That's why they didn't all come at the same time.
What are they stuck by?
Oh, just on some woods. That's all.
Oh, it's too bad. One woman is screaming. Is there a woman even in the group?
Yeah.
I mean,
What the hell was she screaming about?
Just passionately. Just very.
inappropriate penetration.
Yeah,
Oh, like Christy, she said hi-ya.
yeah. Hiya! That kind of thing. Yeah. They're just getting
It
into
didn't sound like a hi-ya, but maybe that's what it was.
They
Well, that was
should put
fun.
that in, just out of respect for Christy.
I lost probably 25% health, getting beat by 5 or 6 of those raiders. That's not too terrible.
Huh?
Tin Town.
No, that's tomorrow.
Yeah, no.
So, let me just take back the crap. I need some of those bearded axes for the NPCs.
I'm not.
You got it. Have at her.
I was just stating that they took precedence over the iron arrows.
I know,
Nobody's
it's just
using
very
arrows
wide.
anymore anyway.
I am too.
Are you?
Yeah,
Did you
I
actually
shot-
shoot an arrow? Did you?
I shot several arrows.
Nice. Where'd you go?
Right, so
Even
no
made things fall down.
pickaxes.
Things went boom?
I just need a bunch of feathers to make
There's loads of feathers.
bronze arrows.
The
Yeah, I know.
feathers are in the like fur barn.
I don't know where they are.
Where are we keeping straps these years?
In the strap barn.
Thanks.
I think we've actually got a strap on.
Where is it?
Okay.
on the road?
It's on the road
Okay. Good enough. I'll get there.
By the wood
I'll
barn.
find it if it's on the road.
by
There's
the
not 20
spin
of them.
zone. It's between crude stone and wood.
Right, so they've just made a few of those
That's great.
axes I wanted. So you can go back to making your arrows.
What's the bearded axe stats?
It's not great, it's more the strength. The strength requirement's only 3, which allows a lot of the NPCs to use them.
What is that? Tier 2?
I think so, yes.
Must be. I don't see it in axes in tier 3. Great axe and large headed axe. I've got the large headed axe now.
It's
But
basic,
the great axe is two-handed.
It's basically for the guys in the iron mine. So
I guess I could use that though. I could use a great axe. I got 1 of 10 on my two-handed. I could use that for beating up NPCs. Wouldn't be a
Okay.
bad way to go.
News from the kingdom.
And then I've got a rugged axe in my other hand. So I wouldn't be able to use the shield though. Not that I used it much, but whatever. Way to go, Wilmot. Wilmot Blythe was injured by a bunny rabbit.
Yay.
He was attacked by a rabid rabbit.
A rabbit.
A wabbit. So what
he's
are we
a
doing
Nimrod.
besides? Yeah, kind of. What are we doing besides hunting the occasional bad guys?
I've been trying to sort out food, get the food supply chain, so that we are constantly making spiced hearty meat stew,
Mhm.
spiced meat stew, fine meat stew, and cranberry jam. For us,
You were looking for meat supplies, or what were you looking for?
spice.
Spice.
Spices. Got it.
He couldn't find any worms.
Did you couldn't find any worms? I can understand that. Where did you check for spices?
Everywhere.
You've been down to Krasmir?
Oh no, what it is?
It's where is the spices getting delivered to?
Yeah.
Oh, you're trying to figure out where they get delivered to. Okay,
Yeah.
so going back to that. So good thing you brought me back full circle. So the way the new delivery system is working is it takes a look at your switches that you have on inside of each storage. So let's say you allow 20 spices to be delivered here, or you say the minimum is 20 spice and the maximum is 40 spice. or there is nothing listed for spice. It's basically disallowed if it's turned off, right?
Okay.
Or allowed if you just turn it on and don't give it any minimums or maximums. So the new delivery system looks at that through all of your different locations. And supposedly, I don't know if this part is true, but it will allocate some to each of your deliveries depending upon those switches. That's not confusing at all.
Fuck me, you just melted my brain, mate.
Right. So if you have a barn, or in this case, if it's for spice, I would say get a container like a chest, and put that chest someplace by the kitchen, which makes sense, and have it be the only storage in the entire establishment that accepts spice, and it will always go there.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Should be pretty straightforward. Now, in the version that you're running on,
so
it
spice
doesn't adhere
has to
to
be
those.
turned off everywhere.
Yeah.
Apart from
Except there.
Right.
Yes. And your minimums and maximums have to allow for it to be delivered there. Otherwise, I think when you say ordering it, you mean trading for it, possibly?
Trading, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Because you said buying it, which implies going to a vendor and purchasing. So when you trade for it, it needs a location to go. Otherwise, it just goes in any random freaking storage, as you well found out. So good luck finding it, because there's a couple of barns in this world. I can't even begin to think of where it might go. But the version of code that you're on right now doesn't really take into account any of those minimums and maximums. It just basically ignores it. That's why it always goes to just any random location.
It was weird. It seemed to never take the same. It never seemed to take the same or end up in the same place.
Right. Because it would just look for random slots that it could put it in. And I don't know what the algorithm was. I have no idea. I don't read the code. I'm just going off of what other people are saying. But they're like, even on storage facilities where I had spice in this example turned off, it would sometimes show up there. And the devs are like, yeah, it didn't really care. It would just deliver it to your outpost or to your, whatever you want to call it, your village, and drop it in any available slot. And I'm like, well, okay, that doesn't work. And then the new system introduced this slider button, the toggle on and off, that says this is available for deliveries, but it confuses people because it has nothing to do with deliveries from trades, only from outposts.
So what about trade deliveries? How do we sort that out? Did you say, or
Trade deliveries in the new version now go in accordance to your switches on or off and minimum and maximum. So it does actually take those into account now. So if you turn it off everywhere and the new code comes out within the next week or so and you upgrade to it, when that gets delivered from it doesn't take into account trading from other villages, liberated villages, only from outposts. So it doesn't matter. It's still going to do the same thing. It's just going to show up in a random location.
That's fucking
Good luck.
absurd. What I want
hopefully
is
by
basically,
the time that comes out, it'll be fixed.
what I want, obviously, is deliveries to go to this. Trading deliveries go to one barn, and then I can have that switched off, and the guys will go and collect it because it's switched off, and then they will distribute it to where I want it to go.
Now, also,
But it won't happen. It won't happen that way because it can't go to a place that you got it switched off.
one of the things I've been seeing is where you don't have to switch it off. You just make it so that the you put a cap on it of like 1 to 5 with all items.
That won't work either because when it gets to 5, it will never deliver there.
No. The cap is 5, and then it will deliver there.
It'll deliver up to 5. Yeah.
I'm talking about current iteration.
Well, no, the current iteration, it does not even take into account. It doesn't care.
Okay, but you
Only
said
movement
care
with NPCs. Yeah, it should, but it doesn't.
But
The only
I
the
wanted
only
to
thing that
get-
pertains to
if
is
you have a
NPC
barn-
delivery.
if you have a barn with everything set to 5,
Yeah,
primary 1,
yeah.
with a couple of people set so that their top idea is deliver,
Yeah.
then
It will eventually get there. Yeah.
it will, and you have um, so that you're with that in mind. Now you have it. Well, it will eventually get there if you have the more people you have set that their primary is delivery. It will get there a lot faster,
Yeah, absolutely.
and
You'll go other things like building and crafting and researching, but yeah, absolutely. There's a fine balance.
Okay, there's a fine balance, but you see, the thing is that if they don't have any deliveries to make, everything's where it's supposed to be, and
Right. But as you well
then they will
know,
go-
delivery is
Just
a
a
part
guys,
of
just a-
everyday life.
Hi, customer. Yes, we are reading chat. Sorry,
Oh.
guys. Yeah, crack on. I just wanted to.
That's
acknowledge
okay.
it.
But Joe, as you think back, every instant of every day requires delivery. So a crafting just got done, that's a delivery. It needs raw materials for crafting, that's a delivery. Moving from storage A to storage B to storage C, that's a delivery. And each one of those steps is a delivery. So delivery is the most used function in the game.
right.
So if you have people's priorities set to delivery, that's great. That's what they'll do. And I think that's why a lot of people hire like the beggars
Right.
from the different facilities because they suck at everything else. But delivery is all they do, and just put them on that and let them go nuts. And then all day long, every day, that's all they do is deliveries. Now that again, the fixes to the code that is coming should make that a little easier to work with, but today it sucks. So you could get lucky, and it could end up in a storage facility that you wanted it to go to today, but it's pure luck, as you well found out, right? You're looking around for it, and it's like, well, sometimes it's here, sometimes it's not. Yeah.
Well, when I set the food barn to high
Mhm.
priority,
Mhm.
because the delivery system does look at the building priority as well.
It does, correct, yes.
So if your barns are high priority and your delivery is high priority,
Mhm.
the barns should begin to sort themselves out, and the people
Yes.
needed to move things around lowers because there's nothing to deliver. So you have
Well, there's less, but yes, yeah, you're 100% correct. Yeah.
there's less, but you have less.
Statistically, it should be far less because they're no longer sorting out those barns, but yeah. Unless
Right.
we just come in and just dump hundreds of items in the dump barn because we just came back from a raid or, reclamation party or whatever. And then, of course, they get super busy, but it's only for a short period of time, maybe a few hours tops in game. But yeah,
If
I
even
agree.
that.
Yeah. But the more trades you do, that stuff just goes into random facilities, and each one of those is a delivery of its own. So it may be one item, it may be one category of items. But remember, every time an NPC goes there, they don't grab like 6 different things. They grab the one thing that they were destined for, and that's it. And then they go do that delivery. And then if they still have more shit to move out of that facility, they'll go back again because they're super inefficient.
Yeah, that's the one downside, but
Yeah. So if Huck
Uh,
needs one iron ore, to smelt, for example, they'll walk across the end of the earth to go get that one iron ore and do nothing else until that job is done. They're one-track ponies.
So how does that work with deliveries? Will they just literally go and deliver
Yeah, they see.
one piece of wheat?
Let's say you dump one strap in the dump barn. the first NPC that sees that one strap in the dump barn that's got everything turned off will take that as their sole responsibility. That's the one thing that they have to do. And let's say the strap barn is on the other side of the village. You know how long it takes these slow-ass walking NPCs to go from one side to the other. It could be 4 hours in game time. So he'll go there, he'll pick that up, and he'll walk it all the way across, but he won't do anything else besides. It won't be like he can have a second track to run on. And then once he gets to the other barn and drops it off, then he'll move on to the next task on his list.
Right.
Yeah, but
It's
now
just
the good thing
terrible.
is that
Yeah.
every time I've seen or looked at someone and have checked in on it, and maybe just good luck on my part, but every time that I have checked, they are grabbing the highest inequity.
Yeah, makes sense, right?
So they're not going starting with the ones and working their way down. They're starting with the 500s and working their way down.
And that could very well be. Yeah, I've never even looked that far into it. I just know that they're slow as hell. But that to me seems logical that the devs would do that.
That it would take that volume would take precedence over.
The biggest inequity, like you said, I think that was a perfect explanation. Yeah. I mean, I don't know it. Again, I'm not looking at the code, but I'm guessing you're probably really accurate on that one.
That's all. All I'm going by is what I have seen, not
Sure.
because of anytime I see someone with wood, they have a crap ton of wood, and the whatever barn is. If I'm clearing a barn of something, they're clearing the most populous
The
thing.
biggest one first. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right.
And now sometimes barns get filled up with some really random crap.
So I couldn't find the spice anywhere in an hour of searching the barns, and I was just getting pissed off. I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
And
It's annoying.
and eventually we resolved it by putting the resources in the raw food to the spices. Joe set it up by doing 15 to 1,000, so that the spices are being moved into that barn, which makes sense, to be honest.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah.
now that I know where they're going. The problem is I've got 14 spices in there, and it's a minimum of 15 up to 1,000, which is great, but it means that they aren't actively using the spices.
Right.
So
Okay, it's supposed to be. I meant for a minimum of 5 with
Oh,
a
okay.
maximum of 60.
I'll change it. That's cool.
But it sometimes doesn't take no matter what I do.
So yeah.
So at least
So
we
it
know.
says 5 to 1,000, but yeah.
So 5 to 60.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Or however many you think you'll use in, whatever period.
I'll go 100. Yeah. Fuck. Just
Yeah.
and then I'm going to switch it on, switch it off, and check it.
So Huckster,
Yeah,
I had an idea. I don't know if you like this idea or not, but I thought it might be interesting in your world to start creating our own little outposts and taking over corners of the world. What do you think?
Yes.
What do you say it like that for?
I'm not opposed to it. It's just a case of what happens when you guys aren't on. How do I manage it? Do I need to manage it?
Well, I mean, yeah, you would need to manage it, but how often do you play co-op by yourself?
No, I mean, who's on? Like Levi's not on tonight, so do I need to go over and manage it and make sure it's okay and running?
Well, I think your NPCs probably take pretty good care of it as long as you get your things set up correctly. But so Levi's got his own little, let's say, outpost village. I don't know, by Farnworth, okay, because that's a pretty good area over there. And he hires 20 NPCs, because the end game for us right now is one hit everything and just, continue just beating things up, unless we're going to go after Ashbourne, and even then the game still continues, by the way. So we can go kill Ashbourne and we can go wipe out the headquarters, and it's not like you get thanks for playing, goodbye screen. It's okay, go explore the world. And then what do we do besides build other villages? Because in this version of the game, the NPC bandits don't come in and build new villages all over the place like they do in the new code. They're going to, so eventually you'll have other things to do besides wait for the new content. You'll have new brigands, or not brigand, but bandit camps pop up randomly all over the Highlands.
Okay.
That's anything in south portion of the map, which Joe and Styx and I found out firsthand that they, for whatever reason, they were not adhering to the rules that were set up by the devs, and they were migrating by the tens of thousands and causing such great CPU lag that it was just, we couldn't even move. We were getting like one frame every 20 seconds. It was ridiculous.
Because they were making so many villages.
They were creating, so many bandits were migrating into the Highlands, that literally some people were going into those villages and seeing 10,000 NPCs. So talk about bandit parties. I mean, you can't survive it, obviously, but you're fighting 10,000 bandits. That's pretty rough. But
Just quickly,
and you can't move because it takes out the CPU, right? It's just crazy. So anyway, it said if you had anything short of a supercomputer, you weren't going to be able to do anything.
Oh, that's what you were saying in Discord. I saw that. Okay, just a quick one. Gustavo, I just basically haven't thought about it. I just trade off. I've been trading off any items or materials that we have too much of, and we're trading it out of our storage. Just
No,
so
that's
that
not
we've
the
got more
truth.
And
That's not true. He's a hoarder.
And no, he wants to know why I haven't been making torches.
I know. I'm reading the chat.
And basically, I just can't be asked to make torches because it's an additional thing that I'd have to concern myself with, which just is time consuming. And go, I've got to make torches, then I've got to trade them. When I've literally got so much shit, I don't have to worry about doing it.
Radishes are so much cheaper than
look how much crap we've got. So
4,000 radishes every time they plow the field.
The worry of having to trade that off when I can trade literally any of this out of the storage, I just literally don't have to worry about making torches.
We can go farm 1,000 gold in 20 minutes.
Yeah, so it's a good idea, and I would definitely do it at the beginning of the game. But at this stage, we've got more crap than we can actually hold. So that's why I don't do it, buddy. But
and the real answer is because he's a hoarder and he wants nothing but warehouses chock full of stuff.
Full of shit, absolutely.
Especially
bursting at the seams.
To be honest, what happens is I run out of something like iron ore or leather or woods.
Oh, that's a bollock.
And then I just go mass produce it. That's what I want it until it's overflowing and everywhere. And then when I've got too much of it, I go, okay, and then I just cut it back a bit. But I would rather have too much of anything than not enough, because obviously if you run out of wood, then it fucks everything. You can't make anything because you can't produce any ore or can't produce any ingots. You can't cook anything. So yeah, I am a hoarder. I totally accept that.
Well, and you said wood, but you could insert anything of any
Flax.
anything. It doesn't matter. Flax, whatever. Sage. I mean, everything brings the game to a grinding halt if you run out.
Yeah.
And it can be something as simple as spice or whatever. Yeah.
Like then spices earlier. I just wanted spices so I could make some decent food that would give me bonuses. And I couldn't find the spices, and so I wasted half an hour just looking for the spices. So as for spending time on torches just to save a bit of gold, I don't need to. And I want to know why aren't they building it? These apiaries.
What are the apiaries not doing?
They haven't finished building them.
Oh,
Straw.
'Cause they're delivering. I got builders over here. Blanca's coming over to build something.
I'm willing to bet it's a straw issue.
Step
What
in
is
straw
Blanca
if you-
looking to build here?
Avery needs 8 straw, 5 straw, 3 straw.
Yeah.
Blanca is on her way to Apiary 3 to build it.
Oh, cool. I
Helly is on her way to Apiary 6.
did.
Karina is on their way to Apiary 3, so they Apiary 1. So they're going.
They're just now getting to it. It's a thing.
Yeah, it's just a thing. You know, again, deliveries are the least efficient thing in this game.
I did put a bunch of straw into one of the threshers, but they don't seem
I put a bunch
to...
more. I put a bunch more straw into threshers.
Not straw,
Or
wheat.
Wheat, right?
Oh, there you go. I've got 8
and
there.
and I put straw down somewhere. I don't know where I put it down now. It's in a barn. It was like 15 straw. But I didn't realize I needed it at the time. I just made a bunch of straw
Are you
for my
saying that you
project.
didn't catalogue and write it down and to give us a full
No,
accountability of your straw?
every once in a while I put
transporting?
something. I've noticed where y'all
So
put
am
stuff.
I
don't
gonna
necessarily
have
notice
to?
where I put stuff.
Am I going to have to go to every barn now and find some straw? Is that what you...
Lord no.
I
You
don't
got to
know.
look through each and every barn.
Every barn on the planet until I find that straw. No, we got the apiaries being made. I just want them made quicker. Like now. I don't want them to...
I want it now.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Veruca.
I want it all. I want it all. Please.
That's not allowed. Veruca.
Veruca? Why? What's not allowed?
Veruca Salts from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
She's the one that wants everything now. I want it now.
What the...
So anyway, so my idea about the end game village creation is we would each build our own, because getting renown is a cakewalk, getting gold is a cakewalk. Using resources that we have or bring in from, the main or even our other outposts would be simple to help build up each one of the locations. They can have an inn where you could have 10 NPCs in it. I think it'd be pretty easy to manage. So if and when that player is not online, their NPCs are there. So you could zoom into that area and protect it with the NPCs that live there. I think that would be fairly simple. And so essentially we're building little army outposts everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like end game-ish activity.
Kind of, yeah. That feels like where we're at,
But how far away are we from the real end game, the sieges and are we 20% into hopeful, the dev's dream of what this game will be, or are we 40%, are we 60%, or are we 90%?
Well, I think
is that we are
they're the only ones that can answer it, but go ahead. Sorry.
My hope is that we are at the 25% to 30%, because we should be the next step. The next obvious step to me would be taking the other lords' domains before taking the queen.
Now, what they've hinted at is that it's a 2 to 3 year span, but I don't know what that means. So they think the life cycle. They think the life cycle of this game is 2 to 3 years is the timeline.
2 to 3 years, and it comes out in full release. Is that what you?
Oh hell no! No. As a matter of fact, the console version is being prepped right now.
Oh, so they think it's going to come out in full release soon.
Yeah, but to the extent of what we have without new content, right? New content for the next 2 to 3 years as it continues to move on. Now, we played it 40, 50, 60 hours a week for the last couple of months. Some of us more. I don't know what the timeline is for new content that's going to keep us motivated for 60 hours a week.
Okay, so you think it's going to come out in full release soon, and and then what? Like DLC?
Most indie games are 2 to 3 years before they release full, because they've got a lot of work to do still on just this part of it. They're going to have, when they go to conquering other lords, other counties, you're going to have a lot more with all the siege work and county attacks. I'm using county as a catch-all. I guess state.
When you say they've got a lot of work to do, what are you referring to? Because the game is fully playable. Your version is bug-free right now. It may not be perfect, but I don't think any game ever is.
I would be surprised if this, as it stands, is a full release, ready to go. To me, it'd be like you're joking. There's lots of good about the game, but the food production and a lot of production is broken and needs fixing. And I'm assuming that's going to take a couple of months before they polish out all the bugs and issues with production. And then whatever additional content they make, I'm assuming we're 6 months away from, the 100% that we're expecting of the game. So whether we're at 40% or 60% at the moment, the production issues and the additional content, I'm assuming we're at least 6 months, if not a year away from completion.
But not trying to be too hard on the devil's advocate side, when you say the food isn't working, what doesn't work?
Okay, the bakery. We had to set the bakery up into a different depot in order for it to make bread. As for making anything else, I've now got to send all the other ingredients to this other depot just to hope that it's going to make berry bread, berry scones, apple pie, and having looked at all that food isn't really worth it. I might as well just stick to bread, because...
Super quick question. Why did moving it into an outpost make it work?
I'm not entirely sure. Levi set it up.
Okay, so that would be my first question. So the code itself is working, but we had to find sort of an interim workaround because it wasn't working as efficiently as we wanted it to in the primary
it wasn't
village.
working at all in the original village in Falmouth. I'd set it up with a variety of different items I wanted it to make. Kept coming back. Realised that it wasn't making anything. It wasn't even making bread, even though I had flour and water. And I had basically stopped it from making anything else. Well, in fact, I stopped it from making everything. Then I just turned bread on, and I just did it as a one-off so I could see it dropping down as they were making it. And it didn't over the course of, 3 or 4 in-game days. So no, as far as I'm concerned, I could say the bakery isn't working.
Okay, so again, I go back to why does it work in the outpost? Because it should be no different, except it's less people, less deliveries.
So, what have we got in the
Yeah, less things
outpost?
for them to do.
We have.
It should just be probably one NPC, if I remember correctly,
Yeah, we put one NPC in there.
and then 2 things or 3 things for them to deliver to and
Bakery, bread, which is a storage.
from. Hmm.
Grain, which is a farm.
And for anyone
Housing
listening, I'm not
tents,
trying to be argumentative. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what's broken.
a thresher, a well, and the windmill. So now the problem is the fact that we put grain, the farm, into it. I've now got to build another farm to supply the Falmouth with straw and
Great.
wheat and
Stream.
everything.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're making bread now. That being said, Tin Town should be yes, they are definitely making bread. So we set up one person to make bread in bread, which is the settlement.
And it works a treat, right?
It's working. Yeah, it's making bread.
Yeah. So it's not the code. That's what I was going to. So it's not buggy code, it's inefficiencies throughout the game, and that I agree with 1,000%. You hear me say that more than anything else. It's inefficient, it's inefficient, it's inefficient.
I have gone to Tin Town if you guys want to join me.
What's happening there?
A raid.
Right.
It's only a level 1. They're jogging in. You have to get there
We'll
quick.
knock them down.
They're killing wolves at the moment. Can you get in? So yes, then the other side of it is trying to get them to make types of food like berry bread and scones and honey bread. The inconvenience of sending all of those different items to that particular settlement just so that I can make a variety, and then having those items. So I'm going to send the ingredients as a delivery, and then I've got to send the finished products back. So yes, it's definitely not working because I don't want to have to go through all that palaver of sending deliveries of ingredients to a settlement that's right in the middle of the town, and then having the finished product delivered back again. So as far as I'm concerned, that's broken. Even if the code is working, it's
yeah. So we could do that all day long. The code works. It depends on the efficiency. It doesn't work how you like it, but there's a lot of stuff in the game that I don't like. But I wouldn't say that it's broken as much as I just don't like it. But I agree with you otherwise. So
no, okay, Matt. I will say personally, I reckon it's broken because I can set up a tool maker, and they'll make tools. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can set up the baker, and it won't make bread. So I have to do a workaround in order for it to make bread. And therefore, as far as I'm concerned, it's broken because it's not working within the settlement that I want it to work. So they need to fix it so that I don't have to do the workaround. So as far as genuinely speaking, I think it's broken. It needs to be fixed.
We're still saying tomato. Yeah.
It's broken, but I can make. It's like basically, what else? So I have to go and occasionally get wood because we don't have wood. It's not let's say the wood production isn't working as much because it's not making as much wood. That's not broken because I'm just using more wood. As far as I'm concerned, the bakery is literally broken because it's not making bread in the settlement. And I've got to put it into a different settlement in order to make it work. So, as far as I'm concerned, that is broken.
The F to respawn. bug is definitely needs to be taken care of.
Yeah, it's only in co-op, but yeah, I agree.
So yeah, no. But if something's working, but it's not working as intended, and you need a workaround, as far as I'm concerned, that's broken and it needs to be fixed, rather than, oh, it's okay, it's working, but it's just not working as intended.
Right.
So yeah, like you say, yeah, the code's working. That's fine. It can be used.
Well, that's the definition of a bug, right? That's the definition of a bug. That's why I was going after, is it a bug or is it a thing I don't like about the game? And, you know, each developer has gone through that same thing where it's like, well, you know, this is what I intended to write and it's working as I intended it. I don't know if that's the case. Get over here.
It's just weird that it just seems to be
There's
the bakery. That's the only thing that doesn't seem to be working.
and the other thing of yes, there are and I'm sure that there's bugs that we don't know about yet, or the developers don't know about yet because of unintended consequences and better foolproofing.
Or thousands upon thousands of migrant bandits showing up out of nowhere is definitely broken.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's not.
But it
that's
is
being
working
tested
as
in the
intended.
preview branch anyway.
It's been, they are supposed to turn up. They just got too many.
Well, no, that is a true definition of a bug, right? So they have to adhere to some set of rules. They can't just take over the entire map and kill your CPU. That's unplayable at that point. But a workaround for the bread thing, I would go back to, why isn't it working? Why does it work in the outpost as intended? Why does it not work in the main village?
Oh God,
there's a problem there, but I don't think it's in the code itself. I think there's a problem in the efficiencies of the game, which I would agree with.
It may be that it's a problem because of building hierarchy. I'm not going to.
It could be, yeah. Who died over here? Why do I see a tombstone? How did you die here?
I'm naked.
Why?
Because
sexy.
Are you slow? I guess.
I got squirreled and forgot to put on clothes before going to battle.
Oh.
I'm going to go and grab a coffee. I'll be back very soon.
And I was listening to every word Huck said, except I was busy killing bandits. So.
I don't.
Otherwise.
Oh, there it is.
Otherwise, I heard every word he said. Put your freaking axe away, for God's sake, man. Why doesn't the game know what I want to do? That's the problem. That's where I see the biggest issue in this game. It doesn't know what I want to do.
Also, hearing all the arrows land.
I looked like a freaking porcupine when those guys were shooting all those arrows at me. I was stuck everywhere. I am very quickly running out of space here.
I'm coming.
Okay.
But now I move really. Oh, fuck, I forgot to eat.
Well, now you don't need your damn armor. They're gone. Now you can be happy to take it off. It's a hot day out. What's it like in Florida today? It's 100 degrees here in Chicago.
I don't know. I don't go outside unless I have to.
I don't blame you. Okay, there's a pack of arrows here that there's no way in hell I can pick up.
There's this whole thing of daylight is not my friend.
Fair enough. All right, there's more stuff over here. Yep. I'm assuming that's you walking around. I can't tell because your name's not showing up above your head very often.
I'm sorry.
No, that's part of the game too. That's like when you have an NPC companion and you try to interact with any container of any kind or any signpost or anything, and the word goes away. You can't use the interaction because it disappears. It just drives me batty. That I would call a bug. They need to fix that.
But hearing all the arrow strikes that occurred while you weren't there.
When I wasn't there, I ran in front of you.
Well, no, I'm talking about when I came back, got back to Tin Town.
Yeah.
as I am walking around, every arrow strike, every arrow that's
Curious
scattered around
with talk of
Yeah.
as a visual that there was an arrow here, I hear
Yeah.
it land. As in, thwip, 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 as I
After
walk
it's
around.
already there.
Yes.
That's fun. All right. Do they put the books where they're supposed to go if I put them in the dump?
Theoretically.
All right, let's drop them here and let them sort them out. I'm giving the NPCs more stuff to do because they can't do their job anyway.
Right.
There. Same thing with food, and I'm just dumping everything here.
Okay, I wouldn't advise dumping food because that's going to be really slow. Expect
It's all garbage. They'll eat it, hopefully.
cranberries.
There were
Okay,
some
I'm going,
cranberries there.
there's some
Oh, shit. I stacked the wrong thing. Damn it.
cloudberries in there.
You were talking to me about cranberries and cloudberries. Yeah, I don't need them.
Hmm.
I'm not going for XP. I got XP all over the place. Only thing I'm stacking on right now is combat buffs. Just so I can run like greased lightning and one hit everything. While we chat about the progress of the game or lack thereof. So it's too bad Levi is offline because I'd really like to hear his thought on how and why he made that bread maker work. If it truly is bugged out, which obviously I don't believe it is because he couldn't make it work then.
I
But
think
how did he make it work in that small facility?
Okay. I truly believe that he set up. Hold on a second. Where the hell is
It's
it?
easy for you to say.
Uh,
Is he working on over here? A thresher? I need 3 logs and a tin ingot. You got any of those on you?
3 logs and a 10 ingot. I know there's 3
Maybe-
logs in the wood barn. There's 10 ingots in the ingots barn over by the smelter. What more do you want? What other information you need?
Well, I said, do you have any of them on you? Not where the hell are they? I don't care where they are. I can get them myself.
Oh, keep that things like that on my person.
I mean, I know how to chop a tree. I figured that out by now.
Okay.
How many logs did I say I need? 2?
You said you needed
Think so.
2.
Yeah. I'll
Bread.
grab 2 logs right quick and the new thresher that's being built. Or lack thereof, as a matter of fact, because if it was being built, they wouldn't need me for this, but they are not doing their jobs. No, I didn't need a third one. I needed 3 and a tin ingot. But I got 3 logs, so I'm good there. I wonder if I can jump this fence in this full armor. Oh my god, it's so slow. All right. We are 1 tin ingot away from a new thresher. I don't know where the ore barn is, though, for sure.
The ore barn is next to the ingot barn.
I don't know where that is either. I'm following a naked guy running around. Is that you?
Yeah.
Are you going to an ore barn? I know where you're going.
Yes.
Took me a second to remember that it's all on the northeast side.
The smokestacks lead you to the ore barn.
Sweetie.
Ore store,
Huh?
ingots, nails.
I need an ingot, so it's a good spot. Tin? I don't need tin plate. I need tin. There we go. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Iron ore. Iron
Is that
ore.
like Eeyore's brother? No,
Eeyore?
probably not.
I mean Eeyore and Feeore, I guess.
In theory.
Okay, now you've distracted me from what I was doing. And I don't know what I was doing anymore.
All right.
Okay. As far as I can tell, what he set up is the outposts solution on problems with getting outposts done correctly. Except for he didn't do delivery first. He did delivery second. But he bakes the first thing is baking for that one guy.
You say first, are you talking prioritization?
Yes.
Okay.
His first prioritization is baking, then delivery.
Mhm.
If he can't bake or deliver, he does his threshing and field work.
Which you would think with hundreds of NPCs running around, they should be able to do all those things fairly efficiently. So why doesn't it work in the primary?
Because there's so much going on in the primary that it's hard to
So what you're saying is
get
they
the
would eventually get to it.
right, they would eventually get to it most likely, and I don't think we have enough cooks. No, we don't have enough cooks.
So let's see. So the thresher, and I mean, this stuff is in an outpost? Or am I looking in the wrong spot? Because I'm by the only windmill. The windmill's in its own outpost, I thought, right?
Yes.
But when I
It's
look at
called-
it, it doesn't appear to be an outpost.
there's a bread outpost.
Okay. And when I
And it
look at the
has-
windmill basically just says windmill number 1, but it doesn't say that it's an outpost.
I'm working.
Is that, am I just seeing the new code versus the old code maybe?
Yes, you are. That's
So the
code.
new code shows you the outpost name after
Right.
the facility name. Okay. I didn't realize that was the difference. I thought it was in both. Okay. I spent way
has-
too much time in the beta.
He has windmill 1, bakery 2.
What's the bakery
Uh,
look like? Is it it's not the windmill?
It's not the
So-
windmill.
I see the apiary.
It's
so
right in
where's
front of the apiary,
It's right in front of it. Okay.
or
Is
right by.
it, it's yeah, because right
It's the
in
one with
front of
all
it
the
is a
bread.
barn. Ah,
There's-
got it. Yeah. I never built none of this stuff because this is all new to me. So, oh god, it's on the wrong side of it, huh?
Yeah.
The bakery is basically
Oh, that's
pointless, as far as
That's
I'm
Hucker.
concerned. Because if you check all the food,
How are
None
you
of-
walking around so fast? Yeah.
none of them have any buffs whatsoever. So,
The-
as far- as far-
Food that's coming out of the bakery, is that what you're saying? That's
Yeah.
just to feed the villagers.
but still, I would rather have the villagers buffed with
Well,
productivity.
absolutely, but yeah, but the long-term solution to keeping people alive is wheat is so plentiful, bread is so easy to make and cheap that your villagers can live on that because all the other foods are very expensive comparatively.
It's a lot of building and supply chain to make bread. The only advantage is it's a good way of getting rid of wheat when you're not making factual straw. So to have all of the,
Yeah.
you know, to have a wheat farm and a thresher and a windmill and a water well and a bakery
Right.
just to make bread, it just seems
Well, and
like-
sorry, again, I don't mean to sound argumentative about that, but that's why I'm saying it's end game, right? You've built all the facilities at that point. And to keep those villagers just daily fed, bread is very, very cheap to make.
But it's
And
a
they'll eat it.
huge supply chain in order to make 28 health and 90 stamina. So
Okay.
yeah, it's. I might as well just give them turnips and potatoes and onions.
Right. And you can, and they'll
Yeah,
eat
but
those.
they won't eat those. They'll eat anything else but those first.
Yeah,
Yeah, unless it's the only thing that they have access to.
yeah.
Right.
So there's a lot of building and a lot of effort to make a load of food that doesn't
The
have
25
any
and
buffs.
60 is one of the highest stamina regens over, let's say, potatoes, radishes, onions, right? I think the highest one there is what, 38?
Okay,
Maybe
right. Just
40?
to clarify my point, then, it's
Yeah,
got
go ahead.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 food items with a lot of different ingredients, but none of those food items have any buffs, which I
With you there.
find I find frustrating, because it'd be nicer for me to like one or two bakery items with buffs, then one or two tavern items with buffs, and then one or two inn items with buffs, and then one or two, one cauldron item with buffs. So I get a variety of worthwhile food that players can use and the villagers can use. So
Don't the buff items cost so much more in resources? A
but
lot more.
that's fine. Yeah. So if I don't have all those ingredients, then I can just make bread, because I will have flour and water.
Right, in plentiful.
But why would I bother
Super plentiful.
making fine meat pie? Just because it gives lots of health and a little bit of stamina, or cloudberry tart, which, all these other items that take more than, like the berry tart. Yeah, it's 5 different items, and it only gives a moderate amount of health and a lot of stamina. And I just, for all that supply chain effort to make that particular item, I might as well just feed them bread. So it seems to me the bakery just seems
Imbalanced?
really underwhelming.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
2 of those items, for example, let's say the fine meat pie needs a buff. Yeah, it's 5 different items. It can have, I don't know, productivity, so that the villagers can eat that when I've got all those ingredients. But if I haven't got all those ingredients, they can have bread. So it just, as I say, it just feels underwhelming. But obviously, making the foods that have a load of ingredients, as we've already discussed, is brutal. Like the fine meat stew, with all those different ingredients, it's so hard to get the villagers to make it. Might as well just make it ourselves.
So back to my original thought, though. It's more of an inequity or unbalanced, right? Because again, with that large of a supply chain, it could produce a much better result.
And as for, I don't even know if the villagers are making it. If I left them,
If they're not making what? I'm sorry, you lost me.
anything
Bread?
from, I don't know if they're actually using the tavern or the inn or the bakery to make. Oh, the bakery's been resolved, but I don't know if they're using the inn or the tavern at all, because
Okay,
the
big
food
question. What if we did the same thing with the inn in its own little outpost, like we did the bakery, and resolved that supply chain issue? Would that work?
The only thing I want from the inn is the decent buff food.
Right.
So if that meant having to send, let's take the one that I want the most of, which is.
Because even if we put 6 of the 8 ingredients in, they never finished it, right?
So I would have to send
Once you
water,
finish your
salt, spices, small meat, large meat, medium meat, and beetroot regularly from this settlement to that settlement, just to hopefully make that item, which
Right.
it's just way too inconvenient to manage, because I don't have enough of them. I'll end up with so much spoiled food, because I'll have tons of some stuff and a limited amount of other stuff. It could resolve the problem, but it's just too much of a ball ache to even consider.
Fair enough.
I might as well make it myself rather than go through all the hassle of that and making sure. Because
But you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it for 60 NPCs. That's crazy. You'd be there doing nothing but cooking all day.
Yeah. I might as well just make what we need. And
Which is fairly typical, right?
Yeah.
So while it's a desire to buff the NPCs with good quality food, and I don't disagree there, I don't know that it was necessarily the idea behind the development team that you would be buffing your NPCs as much as yourself, but I could be wrong. I don't know if the buffs stack on them. I wonder if they do. They probably do, right? I don't even know how you would check, to be honest.
I've no idea.
Yeah. So, but
Nice.
giving them any kind of a quality, I know trying to feed them cloudberries, they just take the cloudberry and put it in storage. They won't eat it. Even if it's the only thing in their inventory. And I was like, what the hell is this about? Why? I want to give them 50% XP buffs. Why won't they eat it?
Don't they
it's
eat
strange.
the cranberries? Or
They will eat
raw-
a cranberry, but not a cloudberry. Yeah.
Okay.
Most of the raw
And-
foods they won't.
It's very weird.
Well, I can't understand why simple arrows aren't going from Falmouth to hunting. Is it because we don't have any, or?
I don't know. Okay.
I
Well,
guess not.
I mean, I would love to help you figure it out. I don't think I need any more buffs because going in there with buffs or without buffs doesn't really matter to me.
Okay, so
I
I've
will
got
stop
14
eating good
loads,
food.
14 loads of simple arrows in the workbench. So obviously they're not getting delivered because they're in the workbench.
Make them as a companion, and then he will eat the best food. So if I have a companion and feed them, force feed them, in other words, you're thinking that they will eat a cloudberry and combat buff food? I'd love to try that.
We can.
Of course, you'd have to find an NPC that's hungry, which is usually not that difficult,
Huh.
right? They're almost always hungry. Freaking ingrates.
I can't. Do you
Which
know
way come
why they set up the food and ore production the way they have, which is different from the way they they've set up rope and bags and armor?
I'm hoping you're asking Salvanos and not Matt.
I'm asking you.
Oh, Christ, I don't know. Sorry. No, I have no idea what they're
Because
doing.
I can kind of understand if it was just for armor and bags and weapons, that's made one way, and then all, let's say, resources are turned into materials, for example. So a resource is iron ore turned into iron ingots, which is a material, and therefore a resource is flax turned into rope, which is a material. But it doesn't work that way.
I think we pontificated that before, but I wouldn't know the actual answer to that. I would put that in the dev chat in Discord and see if somebody could answer. But I didn't ask that directly. No, but I agree with you that it seems like it's different. Like two different people wrote the code.
And the rope code seems to be working fine. You know,
Right.
They are literally making enough rope or cord, but they just don't make. Yeah, it just doesn't work for the food and the ingots, and I'm just.
Like I don't want to say out loud that it seems like a lesser sophisticated developer handled some of the later code, that the earlier code was done by somebody a little more diligent, perhaps, or that
the other
tested
way
it
around,
more.
maybe
Maybe there was just more testing done on the early stages than there have been on the later stages so far. It's hard to say.
Or maybe the ingot and food code was done first, and they realised this is rubbish. We'll change it to something more efficient, but haven't got around to changing it for the
Maybe,
food.
but I mean, wouldn't it stand to reason that the simple cord and the rope was, since that's the beginning of the game, was that was done probably first? I guess it could have been done later, but I don't know. Logically, to me, it seems like they started with the beginning of the game first, and then they got progressively more complex. I could be wrong. It just doesn't flow well in my brain to think that they started with the end game foods first, and then worked their way backwards towards
It's not just the end game
simple
food.
things.
It's like the ores.
Yeah, yeah, I get the same thing. End game wars or what have you.
And
Like,
even the food, it's
we
not even
know.
the first food you get is, it's cooked. Build a campfire. It's like, well,
Yeah.
the campfire is just as rubbish as the tavern or the. So the food.
In what
just seems-
fashion? What do you mean?
Well, the campfire is the same method of cooking as the everything. So campfire, the smoking rack, the cauldrons, they're all as
You
bad
said it
as
was-
each other.
Okay,
Huh?
you said it was rubbish. Why is the campfire broken? What's wrong with that?
Okay, the campfire, the
Right,
smoker, you literally can't decide what you cook. You have no management over it. Yeah,
Right. That's been argued
campfire-
about multiple times,
yeah. So that's the
Campfire
worst
and
part of
the
it.
smoking rack.
and it's still not fixed. By the way, the smoking rack still doesn't have management. They haven't coded it in yet.
So what I'm saying is
Sorry,
they
Joe,
are
what
the
were you
first things you build. You build the campfire, the first
Yeah.
thing. So it's not end game. It's just the food system is broken all the way through, as far as I'm concerned, because it's so hard to manage, and so the cord is fine and the food is not. So it's not like you're saying. It's not end game
Well,
food that's bad.
and-
It's the whole food
and-
system is bad.
And again, I'm not
Food
trying to be
chain.
argumentative, but you changed your argument and kind of in midline, and you
No,
went
no,
in
I'm
12
talking about the
different directions.
food. All the food
Fair
is
enough.
bad. I
Fair
just
enough.
used an example, but
But an
all the
ingot is
food-
not a food, so that's why I'm arguing with you, right? So you
Okay,
changed your
so
argument
all
in the
the
middle. That's why
food
I'm
is
changing.
bad. All the metal work is bad, but
Yeah,
the
but not
rope
broken.
isn't.
What is broken is not the smoker. The smoker is essentially for NPCs the smoke foods, and they do that most of the time. They burn it in the beginning of the game, but as they get better, you get less and less burnt food.
I just got burnt food like the last
It
time
still
I looked,
happens.
just
Yeah, it
before I
still
turned
happens
it off.
because you have less quality cooks. But
No,
if you
I've
go
got-
back to
my
like the
cooks have
campfire,
like
the
10
campfire
out of
has
10.
two ingredients. It's got the fire and it's got whatever you put in the campfire. And they burn that stuff constantly, especially because they make it at 11 o'clock at night, and then they go to bed and just leave it on there. But again, the NPCs kind of have a one trick mind. They can only do one task. So if they get tired after they've started the fire, they just go to bed. They don't care that it burns,
And that's still happening. That's happening.
which
to
is
this, in
junk.
this
I
game
agree
right
with you
now
there.
with a cook with 10 of 10. So
Is that
to
all
me,
they
that's
do?
that's got to be broken. I can't see how.
Is that all they do and nobody else cooks? You
I
have
doubt
one
it.
cook with a 10 out of 10, and they're dedicated to cooking, and everybody else has cooking turned off.
No,
Is that correct?
I doubt it.
No, then that's not true. So anybody else could cook and burn the meat. That's why I was saying that. So you could potentially resolve it by saying, let me assign a cook. And I've asked that in the dev chat multiple times. Let me assign people to the task. The priority system sucks. It's the worst because the NPCs have their own minds. They're like bad Sims, right? Anytime they see a butterfly, they go off in another direction. They forget about what they were doing. Hell, they even drop their hammer as they go on to the next task. That did get better, by the way, with the beta code. So now they will actually look for a weapon rack or a tool rack or some system of storage before they just drop it and walk away. So that has changed a little bit. It's getting better. But the cooking, I agree with you, is rubbish, to use your word. But I don't think it's necessarily broken. I think it can be, quote unquote, fixed if they give us the right tools. But today, the smoking rack still has no management, even in the beta, which I disagree
neither
with.
does the campfire.
vehemently. The campfire has nothing. You turn it on,
Yeah.
you turn it off, you set a priority, that's it, yeah. But I mean, it kind of has, what would you change to it, right? Would you change which meat they put on there, maybe? I don't know that would even matter, because large meat versus small meat doesn't really do much. The only thing they can put on there is 3 types of meat: large, medium, and small. That's it. And mushrooms, I guess.
If I was part of the development team, I would be the entire food chain they have to know that the entire food chain needs a rework. And it may be that they're just having to hash out exactly what that rework is, because there are a lot of things that don't make sense.
Well, yeah.
Raw foods should improve things by cooking them, as in cloudberry, cooking cloudberry and flour and all that should give you a boost, not a negative. You shouldn't be burned by cooking cloudberries one time.
And I really want to be able to turn something off. Like something's halfway through cooking something,
Yeah.
and I don't have a particular ingredients, and it's just there completely useless until I get whatever ingredients it is, and that is just infuriating.
Yeah.
No, to me, I've got to be honest, it's broken. Huh?
Logically, wait, hold on. Let me stop you right there, because you keep
broken.
saying broken. It
Yeah,
doesn't
I
work the way
know.
you want it, but that doesn't mean it's broken. Now let me ask you this: if you were at home and you were going to make chicken fricassee,
Uh-huh.
and you got the chicken already and you stuck it in the pot, and you forgot some spices,
Uh-huh.
can you take it out of the pot and stick it back in the fridge? No.
I could throw it
You gotta
away
do
and
something
make
with it.
something else.
You could, and I agree with that.
That's
part,
what
but that
that's
doesn't
my
mean
problem.
it's
I can't
but
do
you're-
that. I
Yeah,
can't
I agree.
decide
I
what
agree.
I'm going to make. I can't guarantee that they're going to make the menu
Yes.
items that I've chosen. I can't control. So to me, the cooking system is broken and it needs fixing. But it
fair enough.
you know,
You're going to keep using that phrase.
Yeah,
It's not broken, but I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you. It doesn't work
what
the way
I'm-
we would like it to work.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
100%.
work as it should, as in efficiently anyway. Like making string and turning it into bags or shields or whatever.
Yes.
Those systems work. They might be
Do you
slow.
agree? Do you agree with no fall damage?
I think fall damage makes sense because you fall.
Right.
Yeah.
But today there's no fall damage, so is that broken?
Yes.
It's not broken because that's how it's.
Because it's a feature.
It's part of the game. You know, if they don't put
100%
that
with you,
particular
yeah.
in, but if they put in a system to make food.
So
And
Salvanos says, this is why I build food outposts inside the main base. Thank you. That's exactly what I was referring to, Salvanos. Why I build food outposts inside the main base and assign people to be a chef there. It is a workaround. It sucks that we have to do a workaround, but I 100% agree. So the code works when you have assigned people to the task. Why then won't they get rid of the priority system and just give us the ability to assign people to do their task? It would fix all of these problems that we're talking about. And again, going back to what Huck's even talking about with the broken cauldron,
Okay.
let the NPCs find the ingredients and then finish the cook instead of us having to root around and try and find that crap, because we've got other things to do.
Yeah.
Can I point
Yeah.
out something real quick?
Yeah,
How many times have you bitched at the Muppets for not working?
every day,
No,
all the
rarely.
time. They're the worst
Have you
efficient.
seen it?
Terrible.
Have you seen it in the dev notes when it rarely happens? And I was like, absolutely, it rarely happens, man. The devs are right.
I'm sorry. What did you say? Say that
Rarely,
again,
it rarely happens. Did
Huck?
you
What's
see
that? What rarely happens?
that the workers aren't working as intended? Did you see that in the dev notes? When,
Oh, absolutely,
when
yeah.
it
So the
rarely
biggest gripe
happens?
today, yeah, the delivery task is common to them all. They'll all walk around the main base and do nothing, yes. And today, the worst thing that everybody's complaining about is you will, if you just walk around your village and look at the NPCs, more often than not, you will see them standing there with a balloon over their head, staring off into space like they've just taken drugs and doing nothing for God knows how long, until you go in and make them a companion and then reassign them back to a worker, because it triggers something in their tiny little brains for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it gets them back on task for whatever reason. But Huck, you could walk around now and I bet you could find at least 3 or 4 just standing around doing nothing. pretty easy.
I try not to.
I know, it's
Okay.
It's
infuriating.
just it's been doing my head for weeks.
Um, I want
Joe?
to try. I want to try an experiment real quick,
Sure.
and I'm going to drive you all nuts by doing so.
All right.
I'm going to
No,
turn
I
off.
won't care.
Never have.
I'm going to turn off all of the cooking pots except for the ends.
Okay.
Okay. So you've got an experiment in mind. So what is it?
That they're spending too much time cooking on the cooking pots rather than at the ends and taverns.
Or the campfires or the
Because I've
smoking
I've
racks
just
or the
turned
three
off.
other
No,
places?
no, I've turned off the smoking racks. And I've turned off the campfires because I might even get rid of them because I just keep on. I keep on running into the campfires and getting janked up. So I'm tempted just
So-
to get rid of them.
While you're in there, Huck, go
These are
into
way-
the villagers tab, or what do they call it? I forget. What's the name of it? Not villagers, it's population. Go to the population tab and then switch the drop down on the far right hand side to general. And just take a look and see what people are doing.
Okay, just a sec.
And then that'll give the people at home the ability to see what all our NPCs are doing in this village right now. And
Right,
maybe guys like
so-
Salmanos will see something
I'll
that we're
go
not
into
seeing.
General. I'll go to population.
Yeah, go to the population tab for
and
Falmouth.
then there's a drop down on the right hand side.
Yeah, the top right, it
So-
says
No, it says
general job
priority.
priorities. Yeah. So click on general, and you'll see what their workplace is.
Logging camp.
And then kinda-
Hunters camp.
And keep that up for a bit so that the
postal.
viewers at home can see what's going on as well. Your delay is huge. Am I just like really far behind? Maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just weird how far behind my.
Yeah, I'm caught up now. I think. I think it was on a long delay for some reason. So just look for anybody that's doing some cooking. You see a bunch of people doing raw food. So what are they doing? They're delivering raw food. But
I've
we don't know
got
to where yet.
Lucas Walcott, potato. I don't even know. One's got garlic. Staging food. Can you see potato and garlic?
I see radish. I see iron ore. I see cotton, beetroot. So these are all the workplace. So these must be different farms, I'm guessing. Do we have a farm for each one of those things?
Probably.
When you say potato, it sounds so great. It's awesome.
No,
Just keep
it's-
saying it.
It's spelled P-A-T-A-T-O.
It's so sexy. Potato.
Cotton, beetroot. I guess these are the names of the farms.
Joe would know. Didn't you name them all, Joe?
No, I didn't name the farms. That was
Oh.
Levi.
Gotcha. So I'm gonna head over to the farms. I'm thinking. I mean, I guess I could look at the menus too, but I'm guessing each one is growing its own thing, right?
Hopefully.
It's a lot of effing farms. I'll be honest. Yeah. See, this one's called cotton. This one's called sage. This one's called turnip. Yeah. So they're all following the same naming nomenclature.
Which makes
Radish,
sense.
yeah. Yeah, makes perfect sense. Beetroot is its own farm. Okay, so each one of those is working in those locations. They're not obviously doing anything about food. They're farming is what they're doing. But when you look at them over on the left-hand side, what's the icon? So Lucas, for example, is working on potato, and he's got a little anvil over his head, meaning he's working. I don't know why it's not a farming icon if he's farming.
I'm assuming he's a farmer.
One would assume that. Radish is the same icon. Foraging hut is the same icon. Campfire with cauldron, oddly enough, is the same icon. But if you hover over that little icon, some of them actually tell you what they're doing. Like this one says, this is Nell Gaynor, delivering 1 iron ore, 4 peat from iron ore to furnace number 3. That person's doing 2 tasks.
Oh. Fuck yeah.
Opal is doing even more. Look at Opal. Delivering 2 pieces of raw meat, 1 onion, 1 water, 1 potato, 1 spices, 1 radish, 4 wood from raw food to tavern. So that person is going to start making some of your spicy gumbo. Well, they're going to deliver it there. I don't know that they're going to cook it, but they're going to deliver it. Is that her? No, it's Karina. Where are you at, you little worker bee? Where were you? Raw food. Forgot what the person's name was. And then you got somebody like Matthias Warder, who's delivering 4 wood from raw food to Tavern Campfire Cauldron number 4. And that seems perfectly efficient, I'm sure.
So, going back to what you were suggesting about having your own outpost, yeah, sure, why not? Let's give it a go. See what happens. I've got absolutely no issue with it happening. Why would I? It's not gonna break the game. It's not gonna have any detrimental impact. It's just gonna be curious as to how it works out.
I thought it would be cute and fun. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it's just what else are we going to do besides go deal with these bandit raids and one hit wonder kill them? I mean, I don't need to, show prowess by one hitting a naked NPC. That just seems zero fun to me for a long period of time. But city building and mind-numbingly excruciating micromanagement at least gives the game something to do. I mean, how often can you go out and kill those guys?
I logged in planning on trying to work out why the fuck the food isn't working.
Right, and I think we've gone over the outpost theory of.
I think that's the only solution.
Well, and from day one, the devs have always said that these work better when split into smaller outposts. I don't know if you remember that.
I'm totally cool with that if the outpost is like 10 miles away, but having an outpost inside the actual settlement and having to deal with.
We have one coming to us.
It just seems a lot of extra work when deliveries are quite fussy anyway, having to set up all the deliveries and build somewhere to live and a stockpile and have someone moved. The bakery's a classic example. Mm-hmm. Just to have them make bread in the middle of the fucking the middle of the settlement. It's just so to have that for one for the inn and one for the tavern and one for the cauldron and one for the smoker and then one for the iron, the smelter, and one for the blacksmith. It just seems absurd, as well as just trying to manage all the food that makes sure that they have food to each of these settlements right in the middle of the fucking settlement.
I think I look at it as your village continues to grow. I kind of look at it as kind of like a city, Chicago as an example. And to let the city management run all of the different resources in Chicago would be a true nightmare.
Guys, could y'all come south? I got myself in trouble.
You
die valiantly, sir.
Okay.
Did you try and take them on? I'm so proud of you.
Of course he did.
Did you win?
No.
Yes. No, I mean they're like 2 hours away, Joe. Why don't you just let them come in?
Yeah, you should have maybe said, "I'm going to go over. Does anyone want to join?"
It was a little one.
Like I normally do.
Fine. Well, and you still died because there was an angry rabbit at the forefront.
Oh, move.
Yeah, but Chicago, and London, and Birmingham, New York. Yeah, absolutely. But we aren't that. We are barely. We're not in English terms. This isn't even a hamlet. You know, you need 100 people.
Your village is 3 times the size of any of the villages you've
Yeah,
ever.
but
It's
in
even
actual,
more than that.
In the real life scenarios, a hamlet has 100 people in it.
Yeah.
And in that hamlet, everyone would know each other. They'd all multitask, and they would, they would do the milking, and they would look after the sheep, and they'd have a blacksmith, and he would fix all the tools. And you have a carpenter who probably chopped down. So that's 100 people. There's literally no way in a real life situation you'd need 1 or 2 settlements within that scenario. To me, so the settlement scenarios were, right, we need iron, so you set up a settlement down where the iron is. I completely understand that. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Because the last thing I want to do is have my guys walking backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
Now, is there a possibility that our cooking problem is the fact that we have less than half our people cooking? I mean,
I'm shocked. I'm so shocked.
A hamlet has 100 people. Half of them cook.
Yeah. So it's
they would all
broken
cook.
code.
They would all
Broken code. It's not
literally
changing things.
they would all cook, or let's say one
And yes, the
person
answer
living
is
on their own would cook, and if there's a couple, there's more chance that she would cook and he would go off and do something else. But yeah,
Like I said, half of them cook.
but they would all have cooking facility in their homes, not cauldrons in the middle of the bloody village.
But if they all got, well, yeah, fair enough. I mean, we don't have the ability to make a cauldron within our home.
Yeah.
But you
So-
could have a cauldron in front of each NPC's house. You can build those. They would never work on the one that's in front of their house because, again, we can't task them with that. They have to decide that they want to take that on as their priority today. I will argue that to the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Tasking, it makes so much more sense.
Give me the ability to tell them what I want them to do, not whatever they feel like, whenever they feel like it. Because Karina, our apprentice healer, just walked off into the woods, and I have no idea why. And I'm following her and some NPCs that look like they're going towards the hunter's camp, possibly.
Did you change their cooking priorities, Joe? Because I'd say most of them are cooking.
I changed the tavern's priorities to 2.
Okay.
So I just followed your apprentice healer, and she got stuck on the hunting camp. She did finally make it through.
Oh.
And apparently she came over here and just dropped whatever she was carrying on the floor, which is great, awesome. And now she's walking back. Probably because she's hungry. Oh no, she's delivering. What are you delivering, Katrina?
So you feed 120 plus villagers with 1 food outpost and never cook manually. Also, mostly they eat pot food.
Pot food. Mm-hmm.
What's pot food?
Pot food is the stuff that you cook, not necessarily smoked meats and roasted mushrooms. I think.
Cauldron food, gotcha. I guess
Or maybe
that's...
he's talking about hemp and they're all high all the time.
Yeah.
To be honest, what I'm going to do is I'm
Special
definitely...
chocolate.
That'd give them the munchies, wouldn't it?
Yeah, hash brownies. I am definitely going to start again, and this next time I'm going to do what you're doing and have tier 1 just south of Herndine, and then tier 2 just below it, and then where we are here, tier 3, and the area just south of Herndine I'm going to turn into food production. Just food production in that area and turn it into a settlement, and then the area that we are currently in I will just do everything else, because so I'm food production as far as I'm concerned is frustrating and annoying and broken or not working as I want it to, broken for short, and
broken for short.
Yeah, any way.
Kind of like my paycheck. My
any
paycheck
way
is broken
to
for short.
resolve this really
All right,
frustrating,
rate is over.
frustrating
Rate is over.
situation. I will definitely,
Boring.
definitely. Yeah, it is. I think at this stage, all I wanted to do today was to come in and see if I can sort out some of the food issues, and I kind of have to a certain extent.
Well, and now you know a way that you can actually make it work, and I think will make the game a little more enjoyable again, even though, you know, to use your phrase, it's kind of a ball ache to have to micromanage a bunch of little outposts, perhaps. If it fixes, quote unquote, the game, then who's to say that's not the right way? I mean, it might not be the way you wanted initially, but I would disagree with fall damage. I think fall damage should be in the game, and I think NPCs should break the wood fences that only take 3 pieces of wood to make.
Yep, definitely.
You know what I mean? It's just I agree vehemently that
but at this stage of the game
needs tweaks.
At this stage of the game in early access, those 2 things don't bother me at all. Huh? I just notice it in passing. What bothers me is building all these fucking gorgeous buildings and having everything in place and then not making the fundamentals, i.e. food, which is such an important part of this game. That takes up too much brain power to worry about falling damage. In fact, I think I did die from falling damage on one occasion. I was nearly dead anyway. I was down to probably about 5 or 10%, and then I fell off the side of a cliff and landed and died. So it is there. It's just bizarre.
It's very, very rare.
Yeah.
It does happen. I got hurt, and I think I died one time doing fall damage, but I was the same way. And when I went to fall off, I jumped, as opposed to just fell off the edge of a cliff. And I think that may have had something to do with it as well, but I can't guarantee that.
Yeah.
Only like 10% of HP. Yeah. So the likelihood was I was already down 93% or something when I went off that cliff. Yeah, I agree.
And I wasn't expecting to die because I hadn't noticed any fall damage.
Well, right, and that's what we've all argued before, is that it doesn't really do any damage. And even when you're saying 10% of HP, there's often times when you don't suffer any when you should. You know, there should be a case where you suffer damage pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
If you jump off a freaking cliff, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you know, early access. You know, I do accept that.
Yeah.
It's frustrating, and I hope they resolve it. And I guess I find it annoying that some things work well, like making string, and making food doesn't. And I'm like, why didn't they do it all the same way? Why is one working well and one is working badly?
Yeah, I think that's what I was getting to as well, is that there's those. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Why what?
So I got hit with something that I really am annoyed with in terms of...
Well, apparently today's just the bitch session, so okay, go ahead.
Uh-huh.
Right. A barn that I set up to take vegetables is just trying to... It decided to fill up on radishes. And I could have sworn I had set to radish to a reasonable number, and it keeps resetting back to 1,000.
I think stuff changes. I think shit resets. Because there's been occasions when I've gone up to something and gone, why isn't it making it? And I just went up to an iron mine and there was no production queue. Huh?
I don't know if they do the same thing for the mainstream version, but I do know that in the preview, they're constantly asking players for save games. So you might jump into the Discord and see if they wouldn't look at your save game to see if something like that is occurring in the mainstream. Because that would be something that they would definitely want to correct. Yeah, that stuff resets.
Okay, so for example, I just went over to Ferristown, the one that you and I set up in the southeast, the mining area. Because it wasn't producing mine. Oh no, it had the little red icon next to the mine, and I just assumed it didn't have a pickaxe. And I got there and there was 2 pickaxes in the mine and 3 in the storage. And I looked at it and there was no item up to be produced. And I looked at that and went, there's no way we would have left that without it producing. We would have had it on top up. Yeah.
So the first question I would have for you is, can you reproduce it? Just like any technical question.
Yeah,
Can you reproduce it? Set the change today and make sure that you don't revert back to an earlier save, which I don't think you ever do you?
Matt, are you
no.
Okay.
Matt, are you recording?
I'm not, no.
Okay, Huck.
Yeah.
Could you come to the north side of the village?
Okay.
I want you. I'm seeing the reset bug actively
What's
on
the
a
reset
barn.
button?
What we were just talking about with the bug of you change the setting and it changes back.
No,
Okay.
I'm saying that I didn't change it. I'm just saying I'm assuming that I set it up as a top up because I can't imagine I would have set it up for anything else. But I obviously have absolutely no proof of that. That's just me thinking I would have done it. Now that has happened to me on numerous occasions when I've gone up to something and it's no longer producing because there's nothing in the production line. And I look at it and go,
Right now the real question is, and you and I have done this on numerous occasions, right, what was I doing? And have forgotten because we get chatting about different things or whatever. So I wonder, is it a possibility instead of top up, you set it for just go get
for
these,
one-offs.
this many, and one off it, and you thought you changed it to top off, but you set it for something else.
Oh yeah,
and then we
I
got a
will fully
raid.
accept that I am fallible and therefore likely to make mistakes. But
Right.
unfortunately, it happens too often to me to make that many mistakes, especially on something like iron, which I would set up. And we set that up specifically to make sure that we never ran out of iron. So that
Hence
kind of thing.
hence the real question is can we reproduce it? If we can reproduce it, then we can show them that there's an actual bug in the code, or there's some
Okay, so
unintended
for example,
consequence.
now I know
That's-
we do it.
I know
That's
full
what I was
well,
trying to-
100% I have set it up for top up. You guys can
So
check
he's
it. It's
what he's
videoed.
telling you now. He's seeing it live, is what he's saying. Joe is saying that.
I'm seeing a reproducible bug that
So
should go to
you're
the
recording. So if you can go see what he's seeing live,
Where did you
then we
say
can
you
show
are?
it to the dev.
the north end of town.
Okay, I got you. Found you.
There's
And are you sure it's not just your character, kind of like the
it could
farming
be.
bug that we see all the time, the hoe bug,
It's well. The thing is that
which I don't think
It's-
anybody's talked about yet.
I'm having to triple
You're moving,
turn on and
Joe.
off. I am
Joe, you're moving.
I'm
Quit
moving.
moving, Joe.
okay. I'm coming over here to this barn right here.
Well, what the shit does that mean? We can't see you.
Yeah.
Well, somebody
Dude,
was right.
when
Okay.
you told me to go
This
somewhere, I'm
barn
going
right
somewhere.
here.
Okay, cool.
This barn right here. Okay.
And then you leave.
Uh-huh.
Go to the food rations and scroll down to one of the blue to I think dried mushrooms.
Okay.
Dried mushrooms. Click or set it to 50 dried mushrooms
50 minimum or maximum?
maximum.
0 or 50, yeah?
You're right.
Okay.
Now turn it off, turn it back on again,
Okay.
Oh, dried
then-
mushrooms.
and then click on the specific. The
Specify amount. Okay. I've got 0.
Wait, why are you
Just
turning
time
it
out.
off and back on? Why do you
So
turn it
just-
off and back on?
because
Just
it's supposed to
set
because
it.
you're supposed
No,
to.
what you just did was set it. You don't have to turn it off and back on. Now you've cleared it.
Okay, it does
Right?
not take. It does. If you leave that for 5 minutes, it goes back to the way it was. If you don't turn it back off and turn it back on again.
Okay, I've
Right,
set it.
what I'm
I've done it.
seeing.
All right. He said it. He's at 0 and 50 right now. I'm looking at it
Okay,
live.
now turn it off, turn it on.
He just did.
Right.
It
And
still
it
says
says
0
5.
50.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now do the same thing with fine vegetable stew.
Fine, but it's already okay. 50, 0 of 50, yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Turn it off, turn it on,
Okay.
and that took.
Do you know what you're not doing?
I'm not doing anything.
Okay, what
Now-
I think you're doing, Joe, let me just show you. I'm going to go one above to fine stew. Yeah. I'm going to do exactly what you
Okay.
said. I'm going to go there. And then it's still red here, see? So when you click it off and click it on. Okay, well that didn't work either, so it's working now. Maybe it's just the fact that I'm the host. I can make it work and you can't.
That's
Maybe
why I
it.
wonder. Yeah.
Okay, here's it. What it was doing for me was that it would require me to insert the 50
Mhm.
2 to 3 times.
Definitely not a host bug. I think. Yeah.
And I've in my game
I'm
I
going to
have
get
seen
rid of
it.
those fine stews because I don't want them ending up there. Okay.
You're right. I don't want the fine stews up there.
Okay, cool.
It's supposed to be cooked vegetables and whatnot, nothing that you would use. It's supposed to be just for villagers.
Yeah,
So
cool.
chalking this up again as a co-op related issue, which we've seen a lot of, I think.
Just keep an eye on it and see if it'll resolve itself. If it will just
But it
revert
is.
back.
Of course, now it's not doing it. Now that you've,
Don't you hate it when that
See,
happens?
it's not even doing it on my
Again,
machine.
is it repeatable? No. So why?
Okay, I
You
was
know-
repeating it over and over again as I'm going
I-
through.
I will give you that, but I think it could be the co-op incompatibility probably, which seemed to be there's a lot of those little tiny ones. It's like, what do you mean you can't hoe a field? It makes no sense, but
Yeah.
yet I've seen it in action. So, but he was able to go in there, click, on, off. Although I remember Christy saying something about that in an earlier version of the code. I've
They
yet to ever experience what you guys are talking about there. I put the number in, I click off of it to somewhere else, and it stays there forever.
Yeah, but
I don't
think,
know when
no,
that happened.
What Chris
Okay.
was saying was it will be there, but it won't have updated, so it won't actually
They
activate
won't.
that.
Right,
And
they
also
I
won't-
said
remember her
it-
saying that, but I think that was in a much earlier version of the game. Because again, I'll go back there, and the 4 berries that I put in there, that I told them to put in there, always show up. So, I don't know, and I don't do the turn off, turn on thing. That would re-trigger something. I think they.
And
may
I
have
read
fixed
that in one of the dev blogs. They mentioned it as well, and that's recently. So I just do it out of habit now, just because,
Fair enough. Yeah.
just so.
Yeah.
So
Do you
hopefully
remember when you
enable
read it? Was it back in? It was.
No, it
It
was
had to be
recently.
back in May.
last
sometime.
week? No, last week.
Well,
Yeah,
we've only gotten one update.
I read it last week off.
It-
I can find it probably.
Well, it was in the video that you posted, Matt.
It was in the
Oh,
video.
okay.
That's it. Yeah. It was in the video.
It was in that video that you posted last.
That didn't mean I watched it. By the way,
Yeah.
I just copied and pasted
That's
code.
how
I didn't
recent
watch
it
it.
was. So yeah,
And I think the only ones that I posted was about beta, but maybe I'm wrong.
It was the video that it was the dev video that we were talking about with some of the things that we were excited over.
But that's all beta. And it was in the same one
yeah.
that you still have to turn it off and on? Because I don't have to ever.
Okay.
Okay. The thing is that you've been having delivery problems.
But I'm also the host. I don't have delivery problems at all. Only the ones that create myself. The only issues I have with delivery are self-manipulated.
Okay.
Every single time, yeah. So things like not having an NPC in an outpost, things like the private box, trying to get deliveries to or from that, it doesn't work because I don't have an NPC there. And I kept refusing to believe that you needed an NPC to receive deliveries. I think you said it, something about FedEx delivery. Somebody has to sign for it. It was either you or Sticks, maybe.
That was
I think it was you, right?
yeah. Well, I was
Yeah.
one of the ones.
Yeah, and
I'll
so
admit that.
and so I agreed with that. Okay, fine. I'll put a freaking NPC in there. I won't try to do deliveries to and from a non-dedicated outpost. You know, calling. I was trying, like everybody knows. Anybody that's watching knows. You try to get the best foods for yourself, and you always want them accessible. So you try to put them in a private store, or tell the NPCs not to get it. And sometimes doing the minimum on a storage doesn't always work. They'll still eat your food. If there's nothing else left, they'll eat it. So that's no real way of keeping them at a minimum. So the only way was to put it in an outpost that you send to yourself. And that was from May. That somebody put that out there and said, hey, just create an outpost, call it private, move the stuff into there, and it will always be there. But that doesn't work. The delivery doesn't go for whatever reason. Or maybe that was because I had the minimum set to 10, and there was only 10 there or something along those lines, and that would have reduced the minimum. It's quite possible. But yeah, all my deliveries are usually, my delivery problems are self-inflicted. The one that I
Does it say
actually,
why they
let me
actually-
bite my tongue. Let me bite my tongue for one just second. I'm sorry. When I say deliver 50 of an item and they deliver 84, that bothers me because I'm trying to limit my stock. I will, however, tell you that top-offs on the new delivery system works fantastically. If I say top off river reeds to 50 and I've got 47 in stock, they only send 3.
Okay, good.
Brilliant.
Because that's what
Because
I
when
want to do
you
with
let
food.
wheat,
When I want to send food out to the people, I don't want to
Yeah.
send 3 every day and they end up having 100 of food. And
right, or shovels,
Yeah.
or pickaxes, right?
Yeah.
How many shovels do you have at the
Yeah.
freaking mud hut? Yeah,
those
all
kind
the
of
time.
things.
I go there and there's like 12 shovels. I'm like, why
Yeah.
in the hell does this not work? And now they have top off.
Yeah.
So you'll only send 1 shovel, 1 pickaxe. You not send 20. They don't need 20. If they
Right.
break a pickaxe late in the day, they're probably not going to go back and work anyway. Right? So whatever. You don't need a second one there. But yeah, food, same way. Send them, I don't need 80 spoiled foods in the outpost. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's a bigger pain in the ass
So
to deal with.
so tools and food sending out, I think that's going to be, to me, is going to be much more important than just send all the shit to me back, that kind of thing.
Or what about this? What about armor and weapons? When you develop a new armor, when you develop a new weapon, to be able to assign it to your outpost to go out there so that you can then tell them. I mean, they won't automatically go and get it, which I think sucks so far. Like, tell them to upgrade their own equipment. That'd be great. But you would at least have it there for your outpost. Because you want to equip them too. You don't want them just standing around buck naked in townsfolk gear all the time.
No, absolutely.
And you don't want to have to carry it around. You can't carry around 6, torso plates of armor with you. You'd have to go there 6 times. It sucks. So you just want to send it there, have it there for overnight delivery. I'll go there tomorrow. I'll equip each one of them. If I have to do it manually, then so be it. It's not the end of the world. But again, platitudes, right? I go back to, there's a lot of things that I would argue that they're not broken. They're just inefficient. They're unbalanced. We don't like them, but they could still release the code. I think along the lines of what you're saying though is, it makes it less desirable to play with those inconsistencies or inefficiencies or inequities. And I agree with you 100%.
So if I wasn't, if I hadn't been playing with Levi, I'd have raged out over the fact that my bakery literally was not producing anything unless
I said that very thing. If
so
I would
wouldn't
not have
have
found
known.
co-op,
So had I not been live streaming and someone said, "Oh, if you do this," I wouldn't have known. So if I was just doing a regular single game and going, "Okay, do I literally have to go onto YouTube and go Bellwright
How do I-
bakery
yeah.
broken?
Right.
Why?" and hope that someone's actually posted the solution, to me that is broken because there's no obvious solution in game. It's not like
Well-
it says at the bakery this building needs to be placed in a depot. Am I
The
supposed
same
to
thing
think
could
that
be said for combat. The
everything,
same thing could be said for combat. Combat seems broken the way it is, and they said they're married to it, right? The
so it's
directional
really
combat.
hard at the beginning. Oh, I love that. I hope they stick with it. I don't want to.
They do because it's the one part of their code that they carried over from their previous game.
Yeah, cool.
So they
cool.
said they're absolutely married to it. It's going to stay, et cetera, et cetera. And to me, I dislike it, but I can play around it. It's fine. It is what it is.
What would you prefer? What kind of combat then? The auto target type.
I think it's primarily more of an auto target because it feels to me like the NPCs auto target on me. Like, how can an archer headshot me from behind a tree every single time? It seems a little disingenuous,
Okay.
right? But yet, it takes me 100 shots just to hit the guy one time, kind of thing. Now I suck. I'll give you that. No question asked. But I think that's an inequality that it's really hard for me to live with. But what I was saying though is, had I not found co-op and learned from other players, much like you said about YouTube and going to find the answer, which I've done in previous games, and subsequently quit, by the way, because I rage quit, because this sucks. I just can't deal with this anymore.
Yeah.
But this game has such a community behind it, and we found each other, and we love the game for the things that it does do well, and all the things that we like about it individually or together. And it kept us from rage quitting because we found each other and we weren't solo playing, through that. I would have quit a month ago had I not found co-op.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't want to quit so much as I would have just stopped playing, had it reached the end, and then waited for more content to come out, I have with Enshrouded, and then I'll go back to it in a year's time when the game is more fleshed out. Yeah. So I wouldn't have rage quit. I would have just gone, okay, that's all there is at this stage of the game. But I would have raged.
Well, let's be honest. Even in
time.
co-op, you were ready to throw in the towel with the whole bread making system. And I don't blame you because it was infuriating as hell.
Yeah, I would prefer this game to have a much more efficient food making system. Absolutely,
yeah, without
100%.
question.
Everything about the food making system in this game to me is
it sucks.
Yeah, I'm not going to use the word broken. Is fucked up, and needs to be remedied. Because last thing I want to do is waste time cooking fucking food in 20 different locations when I've got a bunch of NPCs that should be doing it for me, and that's the one thing I literally do not want to waste time with. I'd rather go out and chop 1,000 trees down occasionally than constantly going backwards and forwards, go here for the water, here for the meat, here for the fucking spices, there for the fucking vegetables. Oh fuck, I need 3 of those and 2 of those. Oh fuck me.
But it's fairly interesting that
Absolutely
Salvanos
ridiculous.
came in and said, here's the easy resolution, right? Create these little outposts, make them all efficient and working, and because of the delivery system, and reiterated my comment earlier, which is the delivery system is the most foobarred scenario of this entire game, and it is where 100% of your bottlenecks are, minus the idea that you have less than a few cooks, and that's probably why most stuff isn't getting made because they're busy doing all kinds everything else, right?
I've got loads of
And
cooks.
nobody is just assigned to just cooking, right? But they're walking over to the Hunter's Lodge, and it took her, by the way, 6 game hours to walk over to the Hunter's Lodge and come back. And so she maybe is going to get 1 or 2 other small tasks in that day, but she's not going to cook you food.
No. What is her job?
She is the apprentice healer. I don't know what her job is. So if you look her up, you might be able to find her.
Oh, she's
her primary.
She's got a little bit of everything. So I'm looking. I just want to find one of the cooks, which will be an innkeeper, Philip, who has.
There's only one innkeeper.
He's got
So
9 or 10,
Yeah.
and sure, why not just basically
And
Ter-
why is his only job not to cook food?
No, his job
Why
is
can't
to
we
cook.
just make him just do that?
Yeah, I will.
We can. I would say cook food and deliver, but
No, delivery's the
That's my
nightmare.
thing.
That's
No, delivery
exact.
should be somebody else.
Yeah, the delivery's the issue where he's basically going to go over to the hunter camp to pick up one feather.
Right.
Before
Yeah,
they back
yeah.
again. Yeah.
To come, he would go farm to get one sage.
Yeah.
He would spend all day farming to get one sage to come back and put in the cook pot.
So
It would just be
I think
ridiculous.
the conclusion is to have 2 cooks, 2 hunters, 2 specialists like crafters and smelters and harvesters and farmers, and then
Yeah.
a shitload of plebs
Delivery.
doing delivery. Yeah.
And again, I think that's why a lot of people employ the lesser quality plebs like you're talking about and have them do nothing but delivery and construction. That's it. That's their only jobs. They're not allowed to do anything else in the community.
Okay, so what
And-
does it say
And that's
on...
the workaround for this jacked up system of prioritization, which sucks.
So construction, let's see
Mm-hmm.
their actual. So I'm going to go to Aubrey because she's right at the top, and she delivery. Yeah. No. Let's go into attributes. That's right. So farming, hunting. Yeah. So labouring is building efficiency. So that means that they will build buildings quicker, but there isn't actually a delivery attribute, is there? So it doesn't matter if there are 2 in two. Well, there isn't. There's just no delivery attribute. So they.
Well,
that's
right.
it's labor.
What does
It's
it
a
do?
laborer.
Labor is your delivery. All
It says productivity buff. So does that mean they'll carry more? They'll move quicker? I don't
They-
understand.
they craft faster.
No, but I don't want to. I'm talking about
She's not crafting.
delivery.
She's just laboring.
So
yeah.
just
I don't know
delivery.
about that.
Okay, so delivery makes no difference. So you might as well have beggars just on delivery and doing nothing else because there's no attribute increase.
The one thing you want to stay away from is where they drop items, whatever that's called.
Oh, weakling.
Clumsy.
Yeah, weakling. Yeah.
Or weak.
Clumsy.
Okay.
I think it's called weakling in game. So yeah, okay. I now
Yeah, I
see
think
the benefit of having beggars just doing delivery and nothing else, and ideally with porter. So any porter, regardless of what else they've got, because they've got the extra 2 lines, I think. But that's not that big.
Yep.
That's not that much of a big deal with a.
It
sea
probably
bag.
won't ever benefit you, to be honest with you, because if they're delivering, they're not delivering a full load of something anyway.
No.
They're going to get 2 of something, and then that's it. But I'm not to say that you shouldn't do it. I mean, why not get a porter? If you can find a porter beggar,
Yeah.
great. The chances of you finding that are pretty slim, but whatever. If he's there, who's there? And what is there? There's at least 2 beggars or 3 beggars in every village.
And all they're going to cost is a couple of potatoes or some bread, aren't they? Really?
They cost you potatoes or bread? What do you mean?
Oh, food. And they're
Like
beggars.
what they eat?
Yeah.
They're beggars. Yeah.
And you don't even need to give them
Precisely.
houses. You should leave
Right.
them.
Let them
Yeah.
sleep out of doors. We
Yeah,
don't care about them
absolutely.
around. Just go
Yeah.
carry shit.
Yeah. All right, I might do that.
Yeah,
Let's do it. Fuck it. I
Yeah.
just want to say I've got 42k in renown. Let's see how much.
The
they
problem
cost.
is they're going to cost you 6K to get a beggar
Oh,
nowadays.
it's gonna be brutal.
Now, I read someplace that kicking people out of your villager lowers the overall cost of renown for. I don't
It
know.
lowers the cost of your overall cost of what you're wanting to get, because it lowers your number of people, which increases it lowers your multiplier.
So it doesn't really benefit you so much because you're just going to fill it back up anyway. So it's kind of like kissing your sister.
Close. Yeah, not going to argue with it.
I mean, because you get renown back when you kick them out, and it lowers the cost of getting the next one by a slight amount because you're only reducing the count by 1.
Right.
I don't think it is worth getting a beggar. I reckon it's
Look,
better.
8,000 8,000 for this stalwart, strong-armed Gwen. Holy
I reckon
crow.
it's better just to get someone who's got no. Well, I've got a porter,
Porter.
researcher. A porter.
Porter is a good delivery person. That doesn't matter.
Movement speed, neurotic. Okay, so I reckon the best delivery guys are going to be combat guys. So you can just have them with decent combat skills, and then just.
I mean, honestly, if it costs you over 8,000 renown for these guys anyway, yeah, I would get the best thing you can find.
Yeah,
You just-
yeah. Rather,
You just demote somebody else that doesn't have as good of a skill.
yeah. So
You know, you find
yeah,
you find
the
a new
beggar-
fighter, you find a new archer.
Like there's
find
an
a new
apprentice
researcher.
blacksmith who's nearsighted, which means their agility and archery is shit.
Yep.
They've got neurotics, they're productive as the productivity's up, their crafting's okay. But I'm
When are we
looking
going to be able to hire experts? Ever or never?
I think they're only for quests.
They're just for
aren't they?
quests, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what about Amelie? Why can't we hire her yet?
I want her in my life, yeah. She's sassy. I like her.
Or could we hire her now that you've got Bellwright and Herndeen, Harndurin, the hell the name? Do we have a raid coming in? What is that?
Oh, is that am I going to lose another village?
That's
Defender.
a reclamation party. Where are they going?
Shields, one-handed strength, 1 of 4.
Only you can see it, by the way. Where are they going in the reclamation party? Is going where?
North.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. He's a
Padstow.
comedian.
He is funny though.
Padstow. Got it.
He does make me giggle.
He is cheeky.
Uh-huh.
Right. I'm suited up and I'm heading over there. Not that it
Hire
matters because they'll
Belinda.
be here 14
Oh.
hours from now.
Oh, you dick.
Hire Belinda. Yeah, really. That's the truth, right? She's 20 over everything. But we're not really doing quests. That's Huck's job when we're not around, and he doesn't really do them.
I don't really do. I got to the point where I'm a bit Belinda. I've lost Belinda now. I got to the point where I've lost track of where the quests are.
Or did you mean is Belinda in that town that I wasn't looking at?
I don't
while you were doing
know.
that?
I'm assuming I looked at a Belinda.
Salvanos, are you talking about the NPC that's in the Burning Cauldron quest, I think? She's the 20 over. That's what I assume you mean, by the way. It's the only
Oh, okay.
Belinda NPC that I know of that's people know by name because she's super stacked.
We like them stacked.
I like
And
that.
and you got to see when she runs,
she's-
she runs
Yeah.
faster than Levi.
Huh.
She runs like greased lightning. So you just when you hire her, you just say, "Hey, head back to the village," and she'll beat you there, even if you
Dun, dun,
even
dun.
if you take
I'm
the fast
guessing
travel.
that's who he was talking about because I've just done a quick lap. And I can't see Belinda anywhere here.
Well, they don't stand still. How would you even know? I hate that. I know you
I
said
love
you
it.
like it. It
I love
adds more
Belinda.
realism, but I hate it. So it's a bug. It's broken. They need to fix that. Put everybody in their own spot. Because
Well,
why
they-
is the blacksmith not at the blacksmith location?
But Olga.
Why is he walking around?
Olga is potentially good. Shield's good. Yeah, I'm gonna get Olga. She
She
could
fly
just.
down and kill this brigging party. Where are they going?
Oh, okay. Yeah, 8,500. She can cook. She can do lots of. She's above average, and she's got decent martial skills.
Well, we like
Cover.
them above average.
Well, she's going to reach 6 eventually one day in 100 years. She's going to reach 6 in most of the
Not if you
stats.
make her. Listen, yes, NPC Belinda, the other one have same 24. Yeah, that's her. Thank you, Salvanos. That's exactly what that you're talking about. So, he said take them and make them companions, and then feed them cloudberries and beet stew or whatever it is that gives you plus 80% XP stats, and take her out XPing, and you'll grow her overnight.
Okay.
Man, there's like 9,000 bandits walking north, but it's not the reclamation party.
Yeah, they're coming after me, I think.
Okay, well, you keep bringing them, because I'm going to go after the reclamation party. I'm probably going to die because they're all armored up.
Oh, no.
So I would love to see if that works, Huck. If you can take somebody, make them a companion, and beef up their stats with feeding them XP buffs. But that's commitment. You're going to have to keep feeding them all the time. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to do that now.
Nope.
Well, I mean, you also got to
Oh,
cook
God.
the food. So talk about time consuming.
I don't have enough time keeping my own buffs up. Well.
I was going to put her on delivery for now. And see where that takes us.
Are you trying to fight like the entire group there, Matt?
Yeah, taking them all. You know what happens if I die? I just respawn.
Good point.
Yeah, they got me.
Aren't you stacked?
These guys are tough.
And they're coming
but
after my ass
only with
now.
only with one set of buffs. Why on earth were you there?
I was coming down to help you out.
Why? I just said I was just going to
Because
go
I'm
down there and commit suicide.
Because I'm a freaking loon, that's why. Hi.
You just wanted to see the bloodshed.
Come on, move. There you go.
Yeah, and I got the after respawn, so exiting out.
Come on, where's...
I think
That's
I
all.
might have done some damage to one of them. Fuck, you going down to beat him up? You're fully stacked. Look at you go.
I am totally fucking stacked. Right,
But I didn't
Do
do
you guys
any of
want
that.
to
I
join?
let them all fall off.
Do you guys want to join in, or you want to?
Are you talking to Joe and I? Joe's already down there. I'm reloading because I got the F2 respawn issue. Kamikaze move? Yeah. I just like to go in there and swing that axe. I don't care.
Where is that archer? There he is.
Let me do that. I'll go one.
What are you walking in there
two.
with, a katana? What is that?
What's what?
You're carrying a butter knife.
It's a
I have an arrow in my ear.
It's a pig-
saber.
pig
It's
sticker.
fast as fuck.
Yeah.
And I think it's the best damage for a one-hander.
Is that its legal term? FAF?
Jesus!
Yeah.
Well,
Fast
awesome. Holy shit, there's a lot of people here.
Told you.
Holy crap.
What'd you do? Run northwest?
I
Right into
followed
all
the
the
river.
bandits?
I
Yeah,
followed
You
the
coming
river.
north, are you?
I was.
He's
Yeah,
dead.
you dead?
Yeah, I'm stunning. And rebooting.
F2 to reboot. Because nothing else works.
3-finger salute. Always works. Almost.
I use the one. Just the one. All right, heading down to back you up, Huckster.
Well, I'm just going to have a quick look. I'll wait for you. Just want to see. Oh, there they are.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, they're running now anyway. So I'm coming back
Of course
towards
they
you.
are. Chicken.
That's
They're afraid of
them.
you.
Oh no, I mean they're running up towards. They're sprinting rather than running away.
Oh, fair enough. Well, that means they're running towards me, so that's good. So
Yeah.
you're coming in one way, I'm coming in another.
Are you coming up? Are you
I'm not
rather-
gonna. Yeah, I'm coming straight south.
I
Yeah,
did
okay.
manage to kill 6 of them.
You did?
Yeah, I jumped up
Nice.
on a rock and used my arrow.
Oh,
Then
beautiful.
their archers came along, and their archers can fire faster than I can.
Yeah.
So I couldn't even get a fire off. I couldn't even get a shot off without getting hit. Which
Huck, you don't even need help. I see dots
I'm not
falling.
saying I need help. I just wonder if you want to come in and play.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, there's a bunch of bandits on the way down there, so I might as well fight my way down, I guess.
there's a crap
Oh,
load
they're
of
not bandits,
down
they're
there.
wolves. They're wolves. They're cute
Oh,
little
really?
doggies. Well, these are.
Run into them with bandits on your tail. Have fun.
Well, there's a bandit camp down here. Might as well go in and wipe that out. Huck, why don't you come, where are you? Come south.
I'm just grabbing it.
Oh, we talked about this one before. We shot at these guys. Here they come. Ooh, they got deadly archers.
Oh no, let's just leave it. Pull out.
We're leaving that one alone.
Yeah, we'll leave it because it's fun.
I mean, we can kill the bad guys that come up here, but don't get too close.
Yeah.
But it looks to me like you're killing them all.
I've got to because I haven't got a shield, so if I don't kill
Oh,
them, I'm
I
just
do.
gonna get arrowed to death.
I do. I'm just not using it.
You want me to bring your shield down?
I guess I'll
Me,
just
no,
stand
I'm
here
good.
and just take the shield hits. You want me to just? I'll just take all the arrows. They're gonna run out eventually.
Ooh, big odds of Falmouth. You got that?
I'll just keep blocking them. Take aggro.
Okay, I'll take the arrows out. But I will be. I'll be starting a new map once the new content comes out. When do you reckon it'll be? This week? Because the last time they did it was pretty quick.
Are you talking about when are they going to release that code?
Yeah.
Whenever it's fully tested is what they say, but
No specific.
yeah, I mean as time permits, I guess.
Okay.
There's a lot more bugs in this one, so I think they're probably going to take a little bit longer.
Yeah.
One second. One second. Come on, seriously, big guy? Okay, there you go. Oops, I got like 3 of them. Did you get too close to that thing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Did I?
I don't know. We can't tell if it's claimed without going next to it, but if you got down there too close, you might have claimed it already.
I can
Because it's
still
still
see
on the
it.
map.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay,
on
no, then you didn't claim it. Good. Is that outside?
I
or is that
guess
my
at this stage, yeah, it's not. You know, it takes a couple of hours of buffing, and then you can kill everything. But there's loads of, you know, the only thing I'm doing now really is getting 2-hand experience.
Yeah, fair enough. But you said something about starting new code. Is that what, or starting a new game? Was that in the new version when it releases?
Yeah. Just you know, try it out from the scratch rather than
Yeah.
do it from from this one.
Why are you dropping stuff?
Oh, it's,
That can be sold.
well, yeah, I'm just running out of space. That's why.
I can have a garage sale.
I got 4 spaces left.
Fair enough.
Are you gonna come down here and help me get my body back?
Yeah.
Where's your body? Hold on. Happy to. I'm fully health up. Wait, why are you running in so fast? Don't be the first guy in. These guys can block. All right, they got my shield out.
Good hands.
It was still behind
yeah.
you. Ha ha!
Did I respawn? I respawned correctly.
I'll see you, Joe.
I don't know where I'm at in this town. I'm lost.
There's an archer over here.
Get him. I'm taking your used shield, Huck.
Take a new one. Yeah, no.
But I got your used one. Actually, I think. No, I didn't. Did I? Where is it?
It's about 19, I think, in there.
Wow, I'm moving super fast. It doesn't really matter. You guys are going to be done by the time I get down there anyway. It's good enough. Right.
Joe, did you
Oh,
get
I gotta
one?
get. You gotta get down. I don't have to
Joe,
get down
did
there
you-
and unload that body, but it's kind of worthless.
Did you get your,
There's a bunch of stuff on that corpse. You might want to pick it and see what's there.
I'm full, so I'm going to go back, Joe. Are you kidding, are you?
What?
Why is
I got-
Panic?
This
Panic
stuff.
doesn't have any food at all. Oh no, it's behind it. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'll run through these bodies and start collecting goot.
Oh, cool.
There you go. I got a minor stack on. Oh, I did pick up the shield. Okay. Just didn't equip it. That was the problem. I just grabbed the semi-broken shield out of one of your buckets there.
Have I got aggro?
I've got aggro.
That should affect me, though, should it?
You're the host. You would probably hear the music. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I couldn't activate the travel sign.
Oh. Yeah, that can only think that it's because we're fighting, maybe.
News from the
Oh shit!
Oh, you guys moving away.
Fud jump. Buzzing.
Yeah?
I was playing with an archer and got hit by a two-hander.
Yeah, that sucks.
I'm right away. Oh, I can't even do anything.
I don't need your simple arrows. Have a nice day. What I do need is some healing. Which one of you guys wants to fight? Oh, you're both going the opposite direction. Nice.
Right, I am going to grab a coffee. So, back in a sec.
Okay. Felt like this guy shot an arrow at me, but he doesn't look to be an archer. So where'd it come from?
It's a reasonable question that I don't know the answer to. Probably down by the water.
Joe, are you shooting arrows at me?
I'm not shooting arrows at anything. I'm looking at pictures of people wandering around in the game.
Okay. I'm catching arrows that are coming in from like 20 baddies. I don't think the shield's going to hold up, Huck. So if you were on your way, oh, he's getting a coffee.
Yeah.
Well,
Now, question of the day is where the hell am I? Are y'all producing? You're burning wood. Salt and spices.
I can't block for nothing. I survived for a short period of time, but that was only out of dumb luck.
See, if you had been blocking against me,
Mhm.
you would have won those fights because I don't know how to block. Well, I know how to block, but my brain does not let me block. All I do is spin in circles until I smack people.
Yeah, I was just backing up straight because I had 5 guys coming towards me. And the only thing I could do was let the shield take all the punishment until it was gone, and then that was it. New kite shield, let's see what happens. What did he say? Something was super fast. What's super fast? What was the weapon he's using?
Um, the oh, dang it, I can't remember the name of it now.
Like it
There's
looks
a
like a
couple of
katana. I don't see anything in the armory anyway, but let's see. Oh, these are just bandits. Why am I even? I don't even know what they are. It's not a reclamation party. They're done.
I
Finish
think they're
that off
just.
already. Those are
I
just
think it's
regular
just
guys.
the
I don't
whole
care
thing
about
of
any of this
grabbing
stuff.
your bodies back.
Oh, I don't care about any of that. That's all junk. Everything I picked up from them was garbage. Thatch and iron nails. Who cares? Done. Now I guess I can just put a buff stack on and be done with it. Look at that health bar. Someone's been food stacking. Hey, Levi. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Levi, are you busy? because we'd love to get your take on why the bread factory works in its own outpost and not in the main village. There's some debate on whether the code's broken or is it our brains that are broken. I'm going to go with the latter. And Joe, how did your experiment work out with the cooking? We tried a couple hours ago now.
It's not. I haven't fully looked at everything. I got.
Somebody is down here making spiced meat stew, and it just finished, so it's working. Because they fill wood and flour not fast enough. You're talking about in the main village, right? Because the delivery system is shite.
Now, where,
for lack of a better term.
What you said something? They just made something somewhere.
Spiced meat roast, which is a very complicated recipe, right?
They just made it.
There's three of them in the pot that just finished, so that did work.
What building was it?
It is the inn. Thought that's what you said you worked on. Is these cauldrons here? The tavern is that the one we were talking about?
Where the fuck am I?
Or was it the inn?
I only made mild adjustment to the end, but yeah, that was one of the things that we wanted to know about. Okay.
Hawker, is that you?
Yeah.
Making sexy noises?
Yeah, I'm curious. You said they made.
Yeah, look. They made spiced meat roast.
I did that.
You did that.
Yeah,
it just finished.
Yeah, I set that up before. Oh, I'm pretty sure I set one of those up.
It literally just finished as I walked up to it.
All right. I'm pretty sure I've taken it so they don't eat it. Okay, maybe I didn't. I thought I had set that up before I went off to do battle. But, like I say, I can't guarantee it.
There it is. There's Levi's answer. I don't know if you're reading the YouTube chat. So large and so much work. Too much building, so one villager goes deposit 4 wood, and by the time another villager picks up the flour, the wood in the bakery is already burned up, so it's too late. Same thing happens with smelting. They go get the charcoal, and then they flake out and forget what they're doing, and by the time the charcoal burns itself out, there's no way to smelt anything because they walk up there and they got to put more wood in, or charcoal.
But that shouldn't be an issue because... Oh, okay. So even though we've put the storage right by it, it still doesn't...
Yeah, but they get another task, and the next task in their list is not necessarily smelting, it's collecting flour.
And they're making iron ingots instead of steel ingots, okay.
Yeah, because they've got a second task that they have to do, and for whatever reason, recipes are not the smart things. Recruit 50 more villagers. At 9,000 renown for the beggars right now, we've only got 37K.
Huh.
I mean, we could just go to the cheese factory or any other place and just farm renown for the next couple hours and have a couple 100,000 renown to go get more villagers.
Okay, so for when I start the next game, I'm going to basically have the area that's south of Herndine as the food production, and that's one settlement, and then I'm going to have the area that we're currently in for everything else.
Tier 2 and 3?
So, not really. I'm just going to do everything tier 1 at the first place, and then once I build the village hall, I'll probably build a village hall where we are at the moment, and just leave the farms, the cauldrons, the smokers, the campfires back there, up north, and then when I can build a bakery, an inn, and a tavern, I'll build them in that location. And
In the first
everything-
location, right?
In the first location, and everything else down here, and I'll leave farmers and cooks and delivery guys in the first location, and smelters and crafters and delivery guys in the second location.
And just use an outpost delivery system to get it from one place to another.
Yeah.
Because that seems to be working. It's when they have so many tasks to do that they get bogged down and they
then-
never complete a task.
And then if I need to set up the, I can't remember what it's called, smelter or whatever. Where is it? Am I going the wrong direction there? Yes, I am. And then if I need to put the, it's not a smelter, is it a smelter? I gotta run
All right, did
to
you
it.
start another spiced meat roast since we've been talking? I don't think you did.
No, I didn't.
So there's 3 more ready to go in the other cauldron.
So yeah, the smelter for the steel, I'll set that up in its own little outpost. So that's just one thing. Because the bloomeries and the...
Now you'll have more raids though. Yeah.
I don't mind. Whatever.
Yeah. Well, you'll have more raids. You'll have 2
But
more raids.
they'll only be little raids, won't they? It's not as if a smelter outpost won't go much bigger than 2 or 3, maybe
Well, and
maybe
who cares?
4.
Who cares if you have 10 raids in the same day? That really doesn't matter. You go there, you pop in with a travel sign, you kill them all, and you move on to the next one. It's really not that difficult.
And also, if they're all coming into the main village, that's fine, because I'll have all my villagers in this area. So if I have to deal with it because I'm on and you guys are busy, and I'll have all the villagers here anyway, so I'll just be able to grab them all in. So that'll be easy. It's just the outposts that are actually way outside the village that can be a bit of a challenge on your own at the beginning.
Yeah, without question. Now, going back to playing devil's advocate at the very beginning. So before you go into the multiple villages stage, whatever tweak Joe made recently got them making your spiced meat soup or whatever the hell this is.
Which is essentially turning off all the cauldrons, I think.
Okay, I turned the cauldron. I partially turned off all the cauldrons. As I turned them way down, and upped the building priority to 2. So
rather than make beet jam
Because it
or
was-
berry juice or whatever, now they're only working on the high quality foods right now. Because the other ones can't do that, right? Only the ones that came with the inn, or can the other ones do it as well now?
And the other thing is I populated the inns and the taverns.
Oh, okay.
The people that live in it,
Yes.
there's 10 people that live in it now.
Okay,
Well,
that's good to
I
know.
think one has 7 and the others have 3.
That's fair. Are they all cooks?
No.
Well, then the population wouldn't matter. That's okay. So only the cooks would matter. So how many cooks do you have in each one? I'm not looking. I'm just asking. I guess I couldn't look.
I made sure that the innkeeper was in the inn, and then the taverns, I just put people in. And made
Can
sure that one
anybody
of them-
else use these cauldrons?
Yeah, just about anybody can use the cauldron, I think.
And can all the rest of the cauldrons make this spiced meaty gumbo, whatever it is? Spiced meat
No.
roast?
No,
No, just the one that came with the inn and one next to it?
just the inn can do that.
Is there 2 cauldrons for the inn, or is there only one? I thought there was only one.
There's 2.
There is 2. Okay.
Taverns have 1,
Tavern
have-
has one. Fair enough. Gotcha.
and we have 3 taverns.
Okay, so
What?
each one of them, can they make this same spicy gumbo,
No,
or do they make lesser quality food?
they make the tier 2 foods.
Gotcha. Okay, so
Let's
we
see.
can build more inns instead of taverns, right? Because they're junk.
No, the taverns are not junk. They do they do spiced hearty meat stew, which is plus 30. The rust, oh, okay, that, and the fine vegetable stew, and they can do spices.
So they do make some bonus food.
Yes.
Okay.
They,
So there's a reason to
and-
keep them.
And the fine vegetable stew is perfect for your people because it gives a plus 50 productivity.
That makes
So,
sense. Okay.
so you're making the fine vegetable stew at the tavern.
Yes, at primary at one tavern and second and but I'm not sure how well because that requires salt and so that's a little frustrating to get or keep on hand. But we do have salt on hand.
I will go and get more salt now that you mention it. Just so we've got loads. Because I don't, that's the kind of thing I do not mind doing. If we can't make salt, then I'll just happily go and buy it.
Yeah, does anybody trade for it? I don't think they do.
I don't know if they trade for it.
Maybe somebody like Krasmer.
I'm not aware. I'm just going to go and buy 8 from the guy now.
Krasmer's liberated, so he can't tell you anyway. Farnsworth?
We lost Farnsworth.
I see that. Orndine is a mining town, so they don't have it. Although Saltus comes out of a mine, doesn't it?
Yes.
Blackridge Pool has spice and flour, but no salt.
Well, trading radishes for spice is not a bad thing.
I wonder, I thought Krasmer had salt from one of the vendors, so I wonder if they wouldn't trade it, but I've never liberated it, so I don't know.
What have I done?
What have you done?
I accidentally started
Uh-oh.
something that I didn't want to start.
Well, food wise, yeah. That one does bug me. Just let me cancel it and make something else. Fuck's sake. Because you can. In real life, you can just literally throw it away and start again. There's absolutely no reason. No reason why you should have to go through the whole process. Right, cool.
It doesn't look like anybody trades salt. Blackridge Pool also gives you 7 free spice every day if you trade with them.
Okay. I think I have been trading with them quite regularly.
And the villagers are eating good food.
I'm okay with that as long as there's enough for us. The combat's probably a bit irrelevant. I'd rather give that to them the day of the battle, unless it stacks. And if it stacks and they're eating combat food, and by the time the combat comes around, they're, you know, because obviously they're not dying,
Mm-hmm.
then hopefully they'll be, you know, ready to go during combat and just deadly. But there isn't. Is there? Okay, surely we can see if it's stacked from going on to them, going to their attributes, and it doesn't look like it stacks, does it?
Serious times we live in, with talk of wars and rebels and such.
Because there's not a whole load of skills or buffs in their menu.
So the question is do they get any buffs at all? Or is
Yeah.
that only player?
I can see combat attributes under Charlie, 60%, and 20%. And
But you got to
productivity.
remember that they're not stacking the food, so you would literally have to babysit them, and
Ooh.
whatever's going to fall off, they're only going to get one. They're not going to eat before
I've got
it falls off.
I've got Charlie Mears here, and he's
Yeah.
oh yeah. So we've got to make sure that they've got to eat the 3. But Charlie does have 2 fine meat stew buffs. So he's got the 2 20% combat attributes at the moment. So it can
It does stack, yeah.
it can stack. It's like you say, as long as they are constantly eating and don't drop their buffs. There's
Now,
no.
the way you show it on screen is he's got those 2 back to back. So if we gave him 6 of those, would they stack 20, then 20, then 20, then 20, and keep building on him?
I guess. I
Maybe.
can't.
Wait.
I would be
Well,
asked
it
to
looks
do
fair.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could be actually asked to do that. If I'm going to be completely honest.
Well, I mean, if you had 50 of them sitting in the bin, you could easily go and put 6 on each of those guys, and then see if they stack it up to 360%.
At the moment, I think the game has reached the point whereby, with player stacking, it goes from, like when I first logged in, I couldn't deal with the Brigand Reclamation Party on my own. Now I would be able to easily.
Oh yeah.
So I think the next content that they add, they have to up it and, you know, have it so it's really fucking hard, and you have to stack, or else, you know, playing on the hardest level. Yeah, it's too easy on the hardest level now with stacking. I really hope that they make it a lot harder. And I've noticed somewhere that they're going to increase or give us the ability to change the levels of the brigand parties as we
Yes.
can with the raid parties. Good.
That's in this release.
Okay, cool.
Hmm.
I certainly hope it's not on the hardest one at the moment. I'm hoping what
In
they
your
have.
in your current game setting, you mean?
Well, no. What I hope they have.
or it doesn't get any more difficult.
No.
That I don't know, but I do know the level change for the reclamation parties and whatnot is something, a slider that you can actually change now in the preview. So that'll be in the next release that you guys get.
Yeah, and I hope this isn't the hardest version. I hope they bring in a much harder version so that reclamation parties for 4 of us stacked are a challenge.
News from the kingdom.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're facing 40 brigands,
Thanks to you.
Yeah,
where we each have to fight 10 apiece, we might get some damage.
yeah. So it makes-
Because they're fully plated and they're
Yeah.
carrying two-handed swords, and you got archers coming at you from 15 different directions. Yeah, it's gonna be
absolutely.
interesting. It's gonna be a lot of deaths, which, you know, I mean, realistically, if they took away your food buffs, it would make it just as difficult anyway.
Yeah, but they're giving us food buffs, so they've got to give us either harder brigands or much more of them.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So that part is coming. I haven't even played with it yet. I just know the slider's there. I just haven't changed it.
Morning, friend. Mind the mud on the path.
I've got about 3/4 of an hour in me. I've got a long day tomorrow, so I'm going to
Sure.
call it relatively early.
Yeah, I'll pour back into testing more of that and see if the raid parties don't change in size.
Because options...
I mean, otherwise, complexity. What are they going to do? Give them more hit points and make them do more damage? That would suck. More hit points, I can understand, but their armor shouldn't outclass our armor, though. It should be the same.
Oh yeah, no, totally agreed. And also damage, I guess, should be based on skills. So ideally, impossible, harder ones just means we get, more level 9 and 10 brigands, and easy ones we get level 3 and 4 brigands. So that that would make more sense than just going, all right, we'll just increase their damage output regardless.
Wonder if they've even talked about it. I was gonna go take a look. I don't think it's been discussed.
So what do we reckon? The reason why they're cooking is because people live there? Is that realistic? Is that...
I think it's the combination between people living there and because now that's part of their journey, and the higher building priority.
Okay. And let's actually check to see...
What would them living there have to do with it? I'm curious.
What was the what?
Because they go by there more?
Yeah, it's part of their. It's first thing in the morning. They're right there at the cook pot, and hopefully that they do some within the range, because they do harvest based on range. And they harvest items that are closer to their. If you've got two things that are roughly the same priority, and one is really close and the other is really far away, they will get the really close thing, even if it's a slightly lower priority, they will get the closer thing first.
You know what's interesting is that doesn't work in the way they suss out food. So I saw somebody complaining about that today. Is NPCs will not always look for the closest source of food. And
Yeah,
I'm not sure what the logic that is. Like, what would send them to one food place versus another? The type of food that's there, maybe?
Building priority, maybe?
Building priority could be, but
then again, I'm not seeing that.
I set everything to 5. I don't. I mean, none of my food items have anything different than 5. They're all 5.
I'm trying to set up a NPC food right in the middle of their tents or their houses, and they don't seem to be hitting it for food. They mostly seem to add wood to it, which is really odd since wood's turned off.
Well, and here's another interesting thing is I created a little housing village east of the Tier 2 village settlement and moved cookpots and a water well into that area. And I want to see if they'll actually eat from there and cook from there, because it's right outside their house. It's got this little cul-de-sac. And I want to see if they'll eat from there. But then I was a little concerned because people are saying that they won't always source out the closest food, and they didn't give a reason why. Like, what code would tell them to go somewhere else? Maybe it is prioritization, but again, with everything being equal and all being 5s, why wouldn't they go right there? It's closest. Or even thinking that if I put food right outside their house, they got the little basket outside their tent. If I put it in there, they always seem to eat it out of there.
Do they really?
Yeah. Every time I go there, it's gone.
Huh.
How's that
Unless
new
it's a
weapon treating
cloudberry.
you?
They don't eat cloudberries.
I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it's got such an XP buff. I was thinking, hey, this would be a great way to
Because
give everybody
I
extra
am
experience.
95% certain that if Huck found his huckberries, or his cloudberries,
Huckberries?
huckberries, yeah,
Yeah.
eaten by the villagers, he might go ballistic.
No, why?
Well, here's interesting. They're making berry jam and mushroom stew in these cauldrons right outside their house. and
Cranberries
smoked
to me
mushrooms.
are irrelevant now that we can do cranberry jam.
No backing down.
Yeah, at 80%. Or is it
Yeah,
80%?
I don't even bother
Yeah.
with cranberries anymore.
Yeah, piss on them. What good are they? And if you make them into jam, then
And
they
they're
just
too
get worse,
quick.
right?
Yeah, exactly. They're annoyingly quick, and I'd rather just stack up on the 80%, and then you do productivity and combat and productivity, and not worry about
All right.
the
So,
other
Huck, to
XP.
answer your question, the game difficulty, the rage frequency is still the same, right? High, medium, and low, or turned on or turned off, right? The raid strength is the same, easy to impossible.
Glory.
The Brigand's Reclamation party strength is easy to impossible. And then the Brigand's Reclamation party frequency is low, medium, and high.
Cool.
There's no
Hey,
size.
Sticks, how's it going,
or-
buddy? Good to see you,
Hey,
mate.
Sticks. Not irrelevant when stacking. Well, that's true. I mean, well, if you're going for XP, he's talking about combat buffs, though, for most part.
Treating you.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about having 4 food types just to keep it really easy, and basically running one XP, 1 productivity, and 2 combat.
Right. And I've literally just turned my game into a city builder as opposed to, fighting and beating away brigands, because we can all do that already. Now it's a question of, can I make it beautiful and efficient?
Stand tall and fight like hell.
I definitely feel like I need the
Backing down now.
combat just to. I probably won't start this new game on Impossible, because the first one coming in Impossible I think would be too much of a ball ache. Right at the beginning, when you don't have any armor or equipment, and you're lucky to have a bow, and I don't know, the first raid on Impossible, what would it be? I don't know. Normally it's 3, so would it be like 10? And you're just going to lose basically. So and that's for where I've been, Sticks, man. I've been working, dude. Hate it, but it's And this weekend's going to be even worse. We had basically a delivery of equipment and 1 event. It wasn't that big. It was only 150. This weekend we got 3 events. 2 of them are 200, and 1 of them's 180. 1 on Thursday, 2 on Saturday. Oh no, 1 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. So yeah, it's going to be pretty ugly. But I am down at the southeast part of the village, waiting for this group. I've got all my guys, all the melee guys ready to go. So if you guys want
I'm
to come
here.
along.
I was lost in my own little world.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to do any foods that decrease hunger. Just because of that reason. It's just I guess with stacking, even when I'm out in combat now, I'd rather have an extra 3 pieces of food on me. Because what you were saying earlier, Matt, about the habit. I've got into the habit of looking at it now. I have lost stacks in the past. Yeah, sure, but I just find that having the food debuff or the food buff or hunger buff just is more inconvenient than anything else.
Right.
Just slows it down too much. Right, they're here in the corner. I don't know if you guys want to play.
I am back in my own world.
Oh, okay, cool.
Only because you said you were getting off in I think 30 minutes or so. So I figured okay.
Yeah,
I probably wasn't. I wasn't going to get buffed up in 30 minutes anyway. But,
no, that's cool.
and I'm quite confident that you can take him out and pretty much.
Oh yeah, I just.
Why are you carrying that big ass sword again? What happened to your little katana looking thing? And what was it called, by the way? I was trying to find one.
No, I'd rather use a two-hander because it's more fun. That I only do the sword and shield at the beginning when I'm not as buffed, so I got the shield to protect me. It's called.
So
not a
I realize
saber.
you're fighting now. It's called the saber.
No, cutlass.
It's okay,
Oh
you're
yeah, it's
fighting.
called the saber. No man's saber.
I got here at the wrong time.
Oh, didn't you? You got to say if you're coming in. They basically started attacking my guys, so I had to send them
He's
in.
not having any of that. Yeah, he's just cleaving through 3 guys at the same time with that big ass pig sticker he's got. And Shrouder server's up. Fantastic. What does level 14 mean?
I think that's his character level. I'm assuming it is.
Well, that was about pointless.
You went down there and turned into a tombstone?
No, I went down there and everything had already happened.
I said that they
Oh,
were attacking, so I had to send them in, mate.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not complaining. It was my own damn fault.
Right.
You said you were lost in your own little world, so he went in and attacked.
Well, no, they were attacking my guys. They were
Well, that's true. Yeah.
they're
yeah,
arranging my eyes, so I had to send them in. So I literally waited for as long as I could.
I'm sort of curious with no hunting cap where I'm getting feathers from. The only thing I have in this village is a trapper. Apparently birds are falling out of the sky.
Yeah, I didn't think they could do. I didn't think they could hunt animals without a hunter's camp.
Yeah, they don't. So that stands the question is where do the feathers come from, do you suppose?
No idea, mate.
The trapper's camp only goes after traps.
It's magic.
Your character's level is 14? Okay, did Hollow Halls, is that a quest of some sort? What is that? I've never seen the game even. I mean, I bought it. I just never signed into it yet for the first time. I was really waiting until we got the server up and running before I even started to take a look at it.
I think Hollow Halls is new content. I don't think I've done it.
Oh, is that what it is?
Oh, yeah, I'm not familiar with it because it's newer than the when I was playing.
Like a DTC, or are they just releasing it to the code that you're running? Do you have to buy it, or is it part of the original game? Is the question. One of the dungeons. I think it's a DLC. Okay, DLC, not DTC. Okay. Sorry.
I thought it was just
I'm
additional
thinking computer
content
stuff.
because it's early access. So I don't know if they're releasing DLCs yet.
It was rough as hell. So early access is just getting whatever new content they deliver. It's not you're not paying for different modules.
I'm not aware. As I say, I haven't seen them selling anything. I'm not aware of any DLCs. Yeah, but I think
Yeah,
this
like
game.
you sound like you're busy as hell these days. That's good.
What, working? Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
this is wedding season. You
Yeah, it's
know,
good.
June, July, August, September. That's when people come down to Cornwall to get married. Because not this year, because this year has actually been the weather's been shit. But yeah, normally we have a summer. You know, the temperatures roar into the 60s.
No.
It's, yeah. No. Normally, to be honest, it's like it's pleasant. It's 70 degrees. It's which is fine, really, because in a marquee, it's going to be like 80 degrees. So you don't want it too hot and too sunny. You just want a nice mild summer's day. And Cornwall's got the perfect climate for that. So,
Nice.
but you know, it's a lot of work for 3 months, and then easier in April and May and October, and then I'm pretty much off for November, December, January, February, and March. So it suits me fine.
It's brutal being off so much, though.
Off.
Brutal being off so much,
I
isn't it?
hate it, absolutely.
Yeah, that would drive me nuts.
Yeah, and if you see it on my screen, my health and stamina bars are full. And,
Absolutely ridiculous. I'm still growing.
And
Even though
I've got
you
loads
can't
of
see.
combat stats above stacked. So
What's your current stack at? Do you have any idea how far it is?
it's about a foot long.
So a shitload.
So
In
I
other
don't know if you're watching the stream still. So I'm just
I
gonna
am, yeah.
scroll through it.
It just keeps going and going and going and going. And Gustavo, there's your answer. Look at that. Just keep plucking new stuff on there. Just don't let the last food drop off. Or the first food, rather.
We can explain now, but I've got a video called Food Buff Stacking that explains it pretty clearly. But just from this point, I'll just say all you need to do is make sure that you have your consumed foods active at all times, and you have 3, and then the next one you put in, which is going to be, I'm going to put this one in any moment now, is different from these, because I can't replenish these 2. I can't replenish the cranberry jam or the spicy hearty meat stew, but I could replenish the spiced meat stew. But if I put the fine meat stew instead, like that, I will keep my stack going, and they will just stack, basically. So we call it food buff stacking. I did the
Illegal?
watch check. It's a feature. I did check out the video and I posted it onto the Bellwright Discord server, and there was no outrage or uproar, so it does literally look like a feature.
It absolutely is. The devs have come right out and said food stacking, buff stacking is an absolute necessity in some of these. And no, it's not going away. They absolutely intended it.
And so, to be quite honest, it's not that easy, because you've literally got to get into the habit of constantly having the right types of foods available, and make sure, because if you lose one, if it goes before you put in a new food, you'll lose that whole stack. So if I don't put another food item before that jam goes, I will lose every single one of these buffs in the jam line. But I'll keep all the rest. If I die I lose everything. And if the server crashes, or if this game crashes, we all lose them. So it's not a an exploit. It's it is a feature, but you've got to monitor it. You've got to make sure you can make all the right foods. You've got to keep the foods available. So as I said, is this a feature or is it an exploit? And it seems like it's a feature.
Yeah, Levi's right. If you play 30 minutes a day, you can't stack. It doesn't really fit.
Yeah. So I'm 5 hours in, and I've been stacking constantly.
If you go up solo against an impossible raid, the only way you'll survive is if you're stacked like crazy. Otherwise, it's just a death march, right? You're going in there, it's a suicide mission.
Happy days, all thanks to you.
Didn't seems right if you are trying to play an impossible game. Are you saying that we should just die, or we should try and win? I don't understand that concept. Because if you don't stack, you die. So that's one option. If you do stack, you can win. But don't forget, this is essentially our end game in the current format. So we have all the food available to us, we have all the buildings, we have all the resources. But when you first start a brand new game, you can food buff stack, but you're limited to the amount of food you can get access to. So the only ones that are relatively easy to get are cloudberry, because you can buy them, and then you can make the fine stew on the cauldrons. So you wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing and have a full HP and stamina bar within the first probably 100-200 days of playing. So it's only at this stage it has the full impact. And all you need to do is die after 4 hours of stacking, and you've lost the whole lot. So yeah, even with 3 of us having it on impossible, with 3 of us relatively experienced players, and we got the raid came into Levi's game, and we only just survived without dying. So, and we were stacked with the food that was available at the time. So it would have been a frustrating death. What it does, it increases the death penalty exponentially. So before you food buff stack, you go out, you die, so what? You go out, you die, so what? Whereas now, if you die, there is a significant loss to your character. So you have a better chance of surviving, but your death penalty is massive. So there's always that to bear in mind.
Yeah, I mean, you lose a couple hours of stacking possibly.
Oh god, and I've done that, and yeah. But you know, it's available in game. The devs have said it's part of the game. And you know, we do it because a lot of the players within this co-op have studied the aspects of the game and found it works and shared it with the rest of us, and we're sharing it with everyone else. So the video states clearly, you know, if you want to do it, what's your opinion? Is it an exploit or is it a feature? And most of the people that use it consider it to be a feature. But obviously, if you consider it an exploit, hey, then don't use it. You know, it's like going into... it's the same as going into a battle without armour. You know, you can just go, look, I'm going to test myself by trying to win the battles without armor. And I've seen people do that in a lot of games because they're that good at the game they're playing. They actually don't need armor. And yeah, fair play. But at this stage of the game, I like to, you know, take advantage or make benefit of the features within the game, whether it's armor or weapons or food. It's available, so why not use it?
I've seen videos of people soloing, you know, 3 or 4 different liberations wearing no armor at all.
Yeah.
And they're going in full stack and, you know, and they're just super fast and they're carrying a nice weapon and they're just obliterating everything in their path.
And Taco spent most of the early game running around naked, didn't he? Because he preferred he preferred the speed that he could obtain without actually wearing any armor. And even now, he wears the lightest armor he can, and his only debuff comes 1% from the quiver, and all the armor gives him no debuffs whatsoever. So, you know, it's all personal playstyle. It's simple as that, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of like standing on a rock, right? Do you agree with standing on a rock or not? You don't have to.
Or building fences.
Or building fences, yeah. You can not do that, and yeah, because they can't break through a fence right now.
And even then you can die, because all you have to be is stupid enough to stand on a chest and take a headshot after 2 hours of stacking and have a temper tantrum. That's always an option. I don't recommend it, but some idiots do it.
Stand on the fence daring them to pick you off.
Yeah. I had got a helmet on. They weren't supposed to kill me. One shot me. God, that was beautiful. Anyway, I've got over it. I'm over that now. I'm better. Yeah,
Sounds like it. Sounds like you're past it.
Yeah, I'm past it. Yeah.
Do a huckster. Do the huckster dance.
Yeah. I had a metal helmet on my head and he one-shotted me. But yeah, and I like moving quickly in full plate. I'm so ridiculously fast, and that's so I find that sprinting, I just lose track of where my character goes. So yeah, I like it.
God. I tell you what, the other night when I was, I had just a complete stack on again, bars both all the way across the screen, and I was moving so fast in a regular run, not a sprint, in just a regular W walk forward, that it was unfun, because half the time I couldn't stop to pick anything up, because if I touched the button, I went 6 paces past it. It was so ridiculously fast. So that's a bad time right there. I mean, it's great for when you got to move all the way across the map. I was able to tour the whole southern part of the map without anybody touching me. I was running through bandit camps and through and past the prison and the headquarters and everything else, and they would shoot arrows at me, and I was outrunning the arrows. It was great.
I think maybe they could do something, but what would it be? Like having a limit, or a depreciation on the amount of buff or something? Or
maybe,
better yet, just add in harder baddies, you know? I think that, to me...
Levi's saying, take off your armor and do a sprint on screen.
I'll probably crash. I will. Let me just make sure. We haven't done any research for a while, so what do we want?
What can you possibly have your research left? Is there anything?
The double-headed hammer, 66 blunt. Let's get that going.
She sounds amazing.
I do like a large blunt. Right, I won't take my quiver off, so I'm minus 1%. I'll go down the... Oh my god, this is ridiculous. That is absurd.
We haven't seen it yet with your lag.
It's like a racing. It's like a racing a car game.
This is what it was like for me the other night. It's ridiculously fast. Yeah, it'll make you sick.
But
And don't forget
funny
to eat.
enough, his feet on the ground. It doesn't look like he's gliding. It actually looks like his feet are moving quick enough for him to go at this speed.
Sure.
Not quite, but it's not a ridiculous.
And yet, if you stop, you'll slide.
Well, I'm going to go back before I get into trouble.
What are you going to get in trouble? You can outrun everything now. You can outrun a
There's
rabbit.
I mean, you could run around.
Well, by in trouble, what I meant was get myself completely lost.
Chasing down will
No,
food.
I've no idea why
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
on
there's
the map.
okay. There's a bunch of bad guys there, but you'll whiz right past them. They won't even see you. By the time they notice you, they'll be firing arrows into the clouds because you're not there anymore. Until you run into a wall like that. That would suck.
I like it. It's funny.
Roadrunner.
But that's
It's
exactly how I
it's
turned the bottom half of the map.
It's the arrow on the mini map that's crazy.
Oh, it's ridiculous, right? It
The
looks like a
mini
speed
map
racing
is
game.
just whizzing past so quickly. Where am I on the map now? Okay, I've gone that way. All right, that's cool.
Did it look like he drifted a little bit on that turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you stop, you slide. Or you don't actually. I mean, you don't literally do a hockey stop, but it kind of looks like it.
I like the fact that you don't actually stop still, but you don't do one of those really annoying skids that you do in a few games. But it does.
Usain Bolt, yeah.
The
Fastest man on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and when you jump now, you can literally like jump over a fence.
Yeah. It's the stone walls have given me so much grief over the years, over the decades that I've been alive in this game. I can't
Right.
quite do a wooden fence yet though.
Yeah, you jump over a wooden fence.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
you
can
can
do
jump
here,
over a wooden fence.
probably.
Yeah, you can jump
no.
over a wooden fence. Look, well, you just tried to jump 2 walls that time, but yeah,
Yeah.
you can do it because you got so much speed going on. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Yeah. Anyway, it's too fast, so I'm gonna put my shit back on.
Yeah, now run at that fence.
That's fine. That speed. Because
How far the long jump is? Like 30 feet.
I like
Crazy.
being fully kitted in the heaviest, best armor I can have. So
And you never have to worry about your stamina.
Right.
Like you're not going to run out. If you had to run away from a reclamation party or a bandit party or whatever, you outclassed them by a mile. So you
Looks
could
like you
survive to
just
fight
got
another
the problem
day.
is I can't line myself. Oh, there we go.
See, you
There
can't
it is.
stand. You can't move into exact positions anymore.
Well, let's get a bit of that going on. Quick screeny. Joe, are you still in game?
Yeah, I'm standing on the on the whatchamacallit.
Oh, you're the naked one, are you?
Is that me standing next to you? Yeah, seeing Huck naked is kind of a nightmare.
It's gorgeous. A wet nightmare.
Although for
yeah?
some reason his characters are always so over buff, I think it's compensating for something. I'm not sure what.
Absolutely. Okay, so in the new the new update that's come out, will players be able to spar as well?
Yeah,
I see.
player versus player,
Oh, cool.
and player versus NPC. You can say practice fight with an NPC, or you can ask another player if they want to spar, and they have to accept, which I think is cool. You can't just go up on them and just say, "Hey, we're sparring. Let's go. I'm gonna start beating on you."
All
But the one thing I didn't really like, especially in early game, is that your weapons and armor take damage. So you can break their shield, and as you know, in Tier 1, a plank shield costs a lot. I mean, it's relative, of course, but you know, at the beginning stages of the game, you know, finding wood and everything to get a new shield up takes a little while. So it does
He's
get
so
better over
fast he
time.
can't turn around anymore, so I can just circle him.
There you go. Yeah. Do you lose your food stack during the practice fight? That's a good question.
What if you die? I don't know.
Your
We'll
food
find out.
Well, you don't die. You never die. So you lose all your health, and it says you lost the fight, but it goes right back to 100%. So I doubt you lose any food stack at all. Now
No,
the time
you
is
don't.
still there. The time is still there, so it could time out potentially, but you wouldn't actually lose.
Especially if you fight like Matt and runs away halfway through the fight.
What are you? When you were beating the crap out of me, I couldn't help it.
I was talking about your first fight with the NPC.
Oh, that was
Oh,
funny.
that was even worse. He actually kicked my ass the first
He
time.
did, didn't he?
The NPC did. It just walloped me. It was crazy. I'm like, hey, you're not supposed to know how to fight. But the one thing I really don't like about it is, well, besides the armor and weapon, I already said that's number one. But number two is that they don't gain any experience, which I wish they kind of did. I wish you were actually training them to fight. That would be great. Because then you would have something to do during the day when, you know, nothing else was happening. You could go spar with your NPCs and actually bring up their skill.
I think that's a bit, yeah. Why the fuck wouldn't they add that in? It's not as if the NPCs get loads of combat experience and are going to get to level. They're not going to cap quickly anyway, and their caps are going to be around 5 or 6. Or
At most,
4,
yeah,
5
at
or
most.
6. So yeah, build up their strength and one hand and whatever. Well, it's only
Yeah,
going
why
to be
not?
melee, isn't it? It's not going to be... Can you do archery? Did you try archery?
I didn't, but I assume they can do it.
So yeah, they should definitely implement XP. Because it's only going to go for a brief period of time. They're only going to go until they lose their health. Then they're going to wander off. Then that's it. So if you can do that once a day with a couple of your no, they should definitely put in an experience. That's
Yeah,
fucking
why not? What's the
ridiculous,
harm
isn't
in it? So you spend materials, right? You spend arrows,
Yeah.
or you spend shields, or armor, or weapons, or whatever, and that's the price you pay for giving them XP.
Yeah.
Or you buy them books and you just let them read books, I guess, which is fine. There's
No,
nothing
it's
wrong with that
not.
either.
It's really irritating, annoying, and hard to remember and get around to doing. And
Well, the books do get a little bit easier. I'll give them that, but
oh,
and they're not perfect yet.
I guess it will be easier once they're color coordinated, so they're so much easier to find.
It really does help, yeah. Oh man, oh man. There's naked people running around your village.
Oh, it's scary. Call the cops.
It is kind of scary, right?
Yeah.
A naked guy comes running at you out of the dark. It's kind of freaky.
I want to see how much I've got. A reading book, two-handed, which is about to pop any second. Level 6. I need 14 grand, 13 grand roughly for level 7. So, and I'm also looking forward to being able to tell exactly how long this book is going to take before it finishes.
Oh, I will tell you that they're not proportionate.
What's that mean?
So, an apprentice book at 500 and a journeyman book at 1500. It seems like it should be intuitively 3 times the amount of time, but they're not exactly. And I'll have to take a look and see what each one of them does. Hold on, let's see if I can find one real
To
quick.
be
before we
honest,
get
I
ready
would
to
have
log off.
thought it would make more sense that the apprentice book is the journeyman book isn't 3 times as long, but twice as long. It's a
You
better
get 3
book.
times the experience.
I know, but why the fuck should it take 3 times long? Why not just read 3 of the other books then?
Well, I mean, it would be even then, right? It would be even then. If you get 3 times the experience and it takes 3 times as long, reading 3 of the same book is the equivalent.
Yeah. So ideally, right, 14 grand. So ideally, you get more experience for less time reading it. That to me does make sense.
So let's see, what is this? This is what kind of book is this? A master book that gives you 6,000 XP. Takes 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. And the apprentice book gives you 500 XP. Takes 30 minutes. And an expert book that gives you 9,000 XP takes 1 hour and 59 minutes. So only 20 minutes longer to read an XP book that gives you an extra 3,000 XP.
So yeah,
Which,
I think you should get
in
more
some
XP
ways
for less
makes a little
reading for a better book, because in essence they're harder to get, so they're a bit more of a speciality, or a bit more of a better piece of kit that you're using, because it just wouldn't make sense otherwise. You just get loads of apprentice books and you'd make exactly the same as you would with an expert book. That's what I think. Anyway. Right, Joe, are you good to go, or are you still doing stuff? Oh, there you are.
No, I'm just playing.
You're floating, were you?
I was just checking numbers and how things were moving,
Oh, cool.
how much stuff was waiting to be moved. We have a crap ton of crude stone that is out of sorts.
Right, I'll probably sell a bunch of that. Anyway, I'm going to do a quick extra. So, guys, thank you very much for joining me. Joe, Matt,
Pleasure.
really do appreciate it. Levi,
Yeah.
Sticks, Gustavo, Adam, all the people that have joined us in chat. I really do appreciate the support. Got any comments or suggestions? You want to join us in Discord, where we pretty much chat about the game most of the time. We've also got a few other games running, so if you're interested in anything else, like Enshrouded and Soul Mask and a few others, and a lot of us play D&D, so there is that. If you do like our content, do please consider liking and subscribing. Some of the guys like Matt and Sticks and Levi have their own channels, so always welcome to check those out. But most importantly, thank you very much for watching. Alright, guys.
Good night.
Sounds good, Huckster. Get some rest.
Sleep, a novel concept.
Yeah.
Especially if you have any